Kilcoyne here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Back in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're on 101 ESPN and on YouTube. YouTube.com/TMASTL, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And Dougie, indeed.
Indeed. Well, I hope to be some good to you today because I'm feeling good about the Blues. Another dominating win. Hellebuyck needs counseling.
Nice.
And the Blues are on their way to a series victory.
And the Chalice?
Chalice, well, I'm going to hold off on that prediction right now, but I do know if we can just stay hot, we can win this baby.
And what a Stiefel dossier we have for you today. This is in celebration. Martin, you wanted to do something special for the 6-month anniversary of TMA on 101 ESPN, and you said, let's put a Stiefel dossier together for the ages, and I think you might have done it.
Is it actually the 6-month anniversary? I didn't realize it.
Doug brought in a cake.
I didn't bring in any cake.
Did you make that?
I didn't bring in a cake.
Well, you were up late at Channel 4. I get it. You don't have time to make a cake.
That's right.
Who'd you have on the show last
We didn't
night?
have a show. Haven't had one in 3.5 long years.
That's not what I read.
The Stiefel dossier, Chris Kerber at 8:15. Now that's industry standard. 101 ESPN, 8:15 Blues interview. You can set your watch by it.
Well, sort of.
Tony LaRussa, 9 o'clock. Now you go, Tony LaRussa, that's interesting. Why? Well, of course, he was at Game 3, but also over the weekend, Walt Jocketty, somebody all three of us covered and played a role in what in my lifetime has been one of the most entertaining eras in Cardinal baseball, passed away. And while Tony LaRussa and Walt Jocketty worked together as general manager, they were very close, and LaRussa a huge advocate for Walt Jocketty. Martin, you can speak to that perhaps better than Doug and I can.
Well, and I texted Tony on Friday because we were saying he was at the game. A lot of people were texting into this show saying, hey, the skipper was there sitting on the glass, big ovation. And I thought he'd be fun. Have him call in, talk about the Blues. I left here. During onboarding, I may have taken a nap.
Oh, my goodness.
During onboarding, I took a slight nap, and I woke up, and there was a missed call from Tony at 10:40 on Friday. And then I look, he texted, can call in now, switching flights. So I think earlier he had actually been in the air. Man doesn't sleep, clearly. And he wanted to call into the show. So I thought, oh, well, I don't know, maybe the moment had passed because it was about the Blues game. Well, then over the weekend, Walt passed. I ended up talking to Tony on Saturday. And then after we talked about Walt, we were talking about the Blues game. He was, man, it was unreal, man. They gave me a real nice tribute. And I said, well, let's do something Monday where you can talk about Walt, his legacy. Nobody was better connected. And even in the last year plus, Walt had been in the hospital for over a year. And Tony would see him all the time in Arizona. So I think everyone knew, and even Mozeliak knew, that this was imminent, that he would pass. What I had, since January, a handful of us on this Red Ribbon Committee knew that he was getting a red jacket. And the question was, when he died, I thought, oh, my God, I wonder if he ever found out, because that would be awful. And I talked to Bill III. He said my dad talked to him last month and told him. So, and then Tony told me Walt has he had already written his Hall of Fame speech.
Oh, wow.
Thanking Cardinal fans and reflecting on his time in St. Louis. So he did that before he passed.
God
which is pretty
bless.
cool.
That's outstanding. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's when I talked to Bill on Saturday. He said, it's horribly sad. He said, but I'm so glad my dad talked to him and whatever acrimony they had. I mean, he was fired by the Cardinals, but I think that had
2 decades ago.
Yeah, that had long since passed, and they had seen each other over the years with the Reds, and so Tony will tell some Walt stories. Also, his Blues experience. Man, he was really excited about being in the building. And then the Jon Gruden thing, he just kept tweeting about, and they tweeted about the Battlehawks on Saturday. Gruden did.
I haven't said Jon Gruden is going to be with us at 9:30.
So I was just saying.
So Jon Gruden, Martin.
I'm like, this is too weird, right? Why is Jon? He's like all in on the Blues, and now he's all in on the Battlehawks.
Is he angling for a job in St. Louis?
I have no idea.
I think so.
He doesn't mind dunking on Winnipeg. I'm like, he'll never get a job with. Doug, is it the Blue Bombers up there?
I don't know what it
feels
is.
like they're all the Blue Bombers. Anyway, I was like, we got to get him on the show, and he texted right back and said, be honored to do it. And he said, just remind me in the morning. And I said, you got it. I said, easy on those skates. And he's like, LOL, let's go. He's even like in text. He's even
fired
up. So he's raring to go.
So Jon Gruden, for those not familiar, Jackson, I don't know if you have any audio of any Gruden here over the last, whatever's going on, but he is all in on your St. Louis Blues. Doug, we're going to figure out what this is all about.
Maybe he wants the job when the Bengals move here.
Oh, wow.
Would that make sense?
He was wearing a Bengals jersey during the first Blues video.
All right, it's all coming together now. You have it here. Take a listen for those of you not familiar with this story and why Jon Gruden is going to join us at 9:30.
Let's go Blues. St. Louis. There's no town like St. Louis. I coached at Southeast Missouri State in Cape Girardeau. So if you're from Cape Girardeau, get down the road. And let's be there tonight at Enterprise Center. It's going to be all you want it to be. I can't breathe now. Coach Montgomery, thank you for the skates, the jerseys. Most of all, I'd like to thank Jordan Binnington for the autographed jersey. You know, he's already won a Stanley Cup. He knows what it takes. Shut him out, Jordan. Shut him out, baby. Let's go Blues. Woo! Yeah!
And that's what the text felt like. It's the same.
He's invested. So Jon Gruden on the program in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. He will follow Tony LaRussa, who's at 9 o'clock. Jon Gruden, 9:30. Brad Thompson with his weekly hit on the program. And he was part of the Walt Jocketty era and won a World Series with the 2006 Cardinals, which I bet, Tony would say, I know some of the guys in the team would say, yeah, probably not one of our better teams during that era, but that was the one to win the World Series. And so Brad Thompson will be with us. The Cardinals taking 2 of 3 from the Brewers over the weekend. But Dougie. Indeed.
Indeed, yes.
I wasn't really surprised by what happened in Game 3. I thought the Blues would have a response, and by surprise, I mean the Blues winning. And I thought winning perhaps in a dominating fashion was possible. But what happened yesterday, that one really surprised me. Not in the sense that they won, but that it was another dominating performance, but different from Game 3 in that they fell behind 1-0. I was in the building. Who else was in the building? Martin, you were in the building?
I was not yesterday.
Chairman Kurt, you were in the building?
Parking lot.
You were in the parking lot doing a live show?
Yeah.
Oh, you weren't in the building, Martin?
No, I actually had a first communion.
Wow.
Conveniently at 1 o'clock.
Oh, nice.
Perfect.
So as we're walking in, neighbors tied it. And being a good Catholic, put my phone in my pocket. Thought about pretending to go to the bathroom. Didn't. As soon as it was over, I pulled out my phone. 4-1. Boom.
How
just
about
like
that?
I would like to say God is on our side, Doug. Clearly,
Must have been that
clearly
day.
he's back in the blue note.
Yeah.
Down 1-0, and the building was, I don't want to say it just wasn't what it was on Game 3. As you would imagine, that's a 9 o'clock start Thursday night. I'm sure plenty of people, we were talking about it driving in on Friday morning. The roads were a little clearer on Friday morning in the 6 o'clock hour. This is a different situation. We sometimes talk about it with college football, how it's an advantage to have a night kickoff versus those 11 o'clock kickoffs Missouri would often get for home games. The Blues kind of got hit with one of those. And that is why I think if you're going to highlight one of the more important goals from the Blues side, certainly Connor's goals in Winnipeg would be from the Winnipeg side, Neighbors' game-tying goal with 22 seconds left in the first period was so critical to set the stage for, as I was texting former TMA producer, the Nonling, during intermission, I said, this is the most important period to date of the Blues season. And how do they go through it? They go through it 3-0 and establish dominance. And then they get a goal early on in the third period to put all hope of a comeback to bed. And so not only do they win, they dominate. And Connor Hellebuyck, the storyline going into this series, this Vezina Trophy winning goaltender, yanked for the second straight game. And whether they want to talk about it in the room or not, whether Scott Arniel wants to talk about it as the head coach or not, and we'll hear what he has to say about it, I assure you around the league, and you may have seen Mike McKenna, who's a guest here on 101 ESPN, talking about it, they might have a situation with who is their goaltender going forward in Winnipeg, because that's 2 straight games Connor Hellebuyck has been yanked from the Jets' net.
For a guy who's likely to win the Vezina Trophy. He faced only 18 shots, and 5 of them beat him. I didn't think the Blues played especially well in the first period. I thought, oh, boy, they don't really have that energy that they had in Game 3. But they certainly had it in the second and third periods. They certainly turned it up a big notch and just dominated those last 2 periods. It's 5-1 again. It could have been 7 or 8-1. As many great scoring chances as they had.
They said Hellebuyck had not been pulled all season. And now he gets pulled. Because during the course of 82, you're going to have a clunker. Bennington, doesn't matter who you are, that typically happens at least once. Not pulled all season. And even on the broadcast yesterday after the 5th goal, Chris Kerber was debating with Joey Vitale. He said, do you pull him? Kind of like emotionally, mentally, like that's your guy. And Vitale said, I think you just get him some rest, get him out of there. And Darren Pang did something with Frank after the game and said, he didn't even go to the bench, went straight into the room. Like, Panger was kind of saying, I didn't like that. I think you go to the bench.
I saw Winnipeg writers say he's catching hell for that. It was talked about on Sportsnet as well. He always goes to the bench when he's pulled, or goes to the room.
Goes to the room. So that's his thing.
Right.
I guess it's a bad look. I also saw Jeremy Rutherford last night with Corey Miller on Channel 5, and he said, I voted for Hellebuyck for the Hart Trophy, like MVP of the league. So we're not just talking about a great goalie. That's the kind of year he had. Your guy Mikey's at Mikey McIntyre. I was weird.
Mikey McIntyre.
I was reading
Mikey McIntyre.
First of all, I heard curbside at like 5 in the afternoon yesterday instead of 5 a.m. because it was such an early game. And then I was reading the Winnipeg Free Press, and he alluded to the ghosts of the past.
Yes.
And we all said, if you can win both at home, maybe it creeps into their room that, oh boy, here we go again.
It absolutely is so valuable to have that. And that's the thing. So now you can take a step back and look at the 4 games. And whereas the Blues were in the 2 in Winnipeg, and they were right there to be won all the way until the end. Here in St. Louis, they got stomped, and Hellebuyck got pulled both games. That had that building going bat crap. So it started out, it was tepid in comparison to Game 3. 9 o'clock start, noon start, 2 different atmospheres, as you might expect. I think it was probably something that most people thought would be the case. Tough to duplicate the energy from a 9 o'clock Thursday start, Sunday noon start. Neighbors' goal, I think, both for the team and the building, then set the stage. And in the second and third period, that building was going bat crap, and people were chanting, "We want Connor. We want the Vezina Trophy winner. We want him." And then he's skating off. And it just reminded me of when Clayton Kershaw was exiting Busch Stadium, both in 2013 and 2014, with his head down. And you're going, this dominating force, for whatever reason, has met his kryptonite in St. Louis. Setting the stage for, once again, 2 days off, and then back to Winnipeg, Game 5. Doug, St. Louis and Winnipeg getting the 8:49 puck drop in Winnipeg for Game 5. But what you have been dreaming of, and now the Blues have delivered, Game 6, DBA, the Sundress Special, is now a reality.
Okay.
Hello again, everybody.
All right. Well, I hope they can make Hellebuyck pout again. I think walking away and going to the locker room is a terrible, terrible message and a horrible look for a team. But is he saying that I'm out of the game, so I don't care? Is he saying I don't need to be here rooting on my teammates? What if the backup gets hurt and they need to put him back in? Is he
Daddy Padre.
Is he going to be in street clothes somewhere?
Daddy Padre actually goes in. That would have been fun. Would have been tough for the Blues to score.
It's a terribly selfish move. I didn't think he had much of a chance on the Neighbors goal. Even the Tucker goal, early second period, was a fantastic shot, just inside the post. But the Shen goal, he should have stopped. The Thomas goal, certainly he should have stopped.
But then the Falk goal ricocheted, so he's had some bad luck.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
3 of them were pretty hard to stop.
But don't you think these longer stretches between games is really, for a guy like Robert Thomas, I guarantee he loves it. We hate waiting 3 days in between games. I think if you're Connor Hellebuyck now, just sitting around for that extra day thinking about it, it can't be a whole lot of fun. And when they do media, if he talks, I didn't see. Did he talk after? I don't know.
I watched the Jets post-game feed, sent it to Little Jackie Papers to interrupt his Timberwolves Lakers post-game show. He was doing a really good show, by the way.
Live stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3-1 Lakers. What's going on there? We'll talk about it for the entirety of the 8 o'clock hour. And I said, hey, here is Luke Shen Scheifele, who I didn't think was giving off real positive vibes. I know if I were a Winnipeg fan, I wouldn't like that if that's what Braden Shen was giving off. And then Arneal talked. That doesn't mean, Martin, that Hellebuyck didn't.
Like
but
Bennington doesn't talk every game.
Right.
They just sort of pick and choose. I just hadn't heard much from him.
For the record, Mike McIntyre of the Winnipeg Free Press tweeted there were some mentions on the Sportsnet broadcast about Connor Hellebuyck not being on the Jets bench after he got pulled. There is nothing to that. He never does when he's not in a game. He's always in the room with Wade Flaherty. That's one of his things. That's from Mike McIntyre.
Well, it shouldn't be one of his things. It shouldn't be one of your things where I didn't play well, I'm pouting, I'm going to pack up and go home now. That's a bad thing to be one of your things.
Are you calling out Wade Flaherty?
No,
Does sound
Wade's
like Wade
fine.
Flaherty.
Yeah. He'll join us at 10:45.
I mean, how selfish is that? What does that say about your teammates? I'm not even going to watch.
the rest of the game.
Bothered.
You're on your own.
And at the same time, it's got to give the Blues a big jolt to say, hey, we made their goalie cry and go home. Let's do it again.
Going into this isn't like he's gotten pulled twice. This was a focal point, not just for Blues fans, but for Jets fans going in. It's the equivalent of a pitcher or a second baseman at St. Louis U High in 1992 having the yips. That's what he has associated with him in the postseason. Whether it's right, whether it's wrong, the data shows that he has had problems in the postseason. And here we are again. Now, as we went through the goals, I think, in fairness, we would say, okay, those weren't soft goals. But when you have those kinds of numbers against you in St. Louis, and then you combine that with the recent problems the Jets have had getting leads in series and then blowing them, and Hellebuyck's role in it, that's where it starts getting going. And even though it's heading back to Winnipeg, man, you couldn't ask for much more. You wanted 2 wins, but if you could get in their head that, holy crap, it's going to happen again, and this has been happening to them in the postseason where they get leads and then they blow it after great regular seasons, that was mission accomplished for the Blues this weekend. So let's see what the Jets are saying about the situation, Jackson, with regard to the Connor Hellebuyck situation. Following the game, Scott Arniel was asked about his confidence level in his goaltender.
Oh, I'm 100% confident in Connor Hellebuyck. His resume speaks for itself. At the end of the day, we need to be better in front of him. We need to let him see some pucks. There's a couple there we didn't get to see. There's things that we have to do to help him. He knows that he has to do things to help us, and that's how it's been all year long. So we're all in this together. It's just a situation that we got to put our best foot forward when we go home. Like I mentioned, we worked our tails off for 82 games to get home ice advantage. Well, it's a best of 3 now. Now we got to make sure we take care of business.
So he is indicating publicly that there would be no change. Mike McKenna tweeted the following: I think the world of Connor Hellebuyck. He's an unbelievable goaltender, but his team is lost in front of him, and the Blues have preyed on 3 of his weaknesses. 1, passive hands. 2, lack of edge release, backward flow on rush chances, and 3, puck handling. The Blues pre-scout nailed it on Hellebuyck. We were making the observation from the 2 games in Winnipeg. Where were the Blues targeting? Going up top. What else have the Blues done? They've capitalized on his problems with puck handling. And then something that I don't think is a reflection of Connor Hellebuyck, but it's to the Blues' advantage. The Blues are getting that net front presence, and that is leading to some of those, quote, puck luck goals. And Hellebuyck, I don't care who it is back there, 2002 Dominic Hasek, it doesn't matter. He's just not able to stop those things. And so then that compounds the issue, and then that's what I think can get in your head. And that's why Arniel pulled them yet again.
And when you look at a 5-1 final score, you don't think about the Blues goalie being huge. But when it was 1-1 and you were in the building, Tim, there were some moments there were a couple that were back-to-back where Binnington was huge to preserve them. Because if you give up one of those in the building, I'm sure the tension shifts. If it's 2-1, all of a sudden now Winnipeg, they got a shot at going up 3-1. But Binnington made some huge saves when the game was still in question. And 3 of the 4 games now, Binnington has given up 2 or less. So, I mean, that's a winning goal. Maybe we talk about, I always think we talk about, he won the cup, and that was a long time ago. But maybe you can't state that enough for a guy that in his DNA that has done that at the highest level.
I could not agree more with that. I think that is an incredibly, because once you know you can do it, then I think it's a burden that is lifted. Take your pick of whomever else, whether it be a starting pitcher in a Game 7. I don't think it's a coincidence that Jeff Suppan dealt in 2006 after he outdueled Roger Clemens in 2004's NLCS. I think that stuff matters. We were talking about 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago with Rory McIlroy. Once he won the Masters, now that burden is lifted. Hellebuyck's carrying the burden. Binnington isn't.
It appears Hellebuyck has the reputation of a guy who folds in the big moment, and Binnington just the opposite. A guy who rises, and he's never better than when the stakes are the highest.
And those 2 went heads up in 4 Nations, and you saw how it played up.
If the Blues could get a softie on Wednesday night, that would be huge.
Oh, Doug.
An early softie. Maybe he'll quit on his team and go back to the locker room and pout by himself.
With Wade Flaherty?
Well, yeah.
Who's going to join us at 10:45?
Well, who is Wade Flaherty, and why is he chirping? I just can't believe a player would walk out on his team in the playoffs. I'm not in it anymore. You guys got it from here.
Now, to be fair, pitchers do, but you're right. The goalie could go back in. In baseball, the pitcher always heads to the showers, right? Does he sometimes hang around? I guess every once. If you've been bombed, you usually go right to the clubhouse. Yeah. If you pitch 5 or 6, 7 solid innings, you'll sit on the bench.
It just seems different in hockey because the players are right there in our face.
Right. Did he ever make the return to the bench, or he stay?
I don't think so.
Because I feel like pitchers come back to the dugout eventually.
Went to Obie Clark's, got some wings.
Asked for the change it to an NBA game.
I think he'd give a back slap to the guy who's going in to take his place, and then take his spot on the bench and sit there and pull for the team. Wouldn't that be the appropriate way to handle that?
I'm with you, Doug.
And not make it look like, oh, I'm so shattered, I have to get out of here. That's the last thing you would want to do.
Have fans ever chanted, "We want"?
Yeah.
Connor, like Belfort was always the chant, but then if you knock them out, great. I've never heard them say,
we want the Vezina Trophy winner.
We want somebody to come
You're welcome
back.
to get involved on the program. So many ways to do so. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the program. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. That is how you can call into the program. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is active, as you might expect, on this Monday morning following a great weekend for the St. Louis Blues. 268 people already in there talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Jack Hoare is in there talking to Sick Paths. And Iggy's in there, Doug. Iggy on the couch.
Is he really?
Yeah. Iggy on the couch is in there along with DJ Patty Cakes. Do you pronounce it Adam Welly or Adam Well? Because there's an E on the end.
Let's go with Well.
Scuba Steve and the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer is all in there, and they're in there talking it over. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. A Stiefel dossier for the ages, celebrating what Doug brought to our attention, the 6-month anniversary of TMA on 101 ESPN. The cake you brought in, half chocolate, half vanilla, and that was fun, too, because everybody has their preferences and allergies. So thank you so much for that cake. It will be delicious.
And they all said it wouldn't last, this show. And by they, I mean management. And here we are.
That's exactly right. That was the email.
If I was going to bring in anything, it'd be a bucket of Lee's fried chicken.
Oh, how do you do
it? We can eat it hot or we can eat it cold.
That's delicious.
Oh, it's fantastic.
So get involved on the program. So many ways to do so. Chairman Kurt standing by on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The program's The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. Doug, what is there to be sad about today in the St. Louis area?
A Redbird defeat yesterday.
They still took 2 or 3. Progress is promised.
I don't care about series wins.
What?
They don't mean anything.
Stack them up.
A series win is a nice short-term goal, but it doesn't count for anything. They don't count at the end of the year how many series you won to see who gets in the playoffs. You got to stack up wins. Doesn't matter if it's a series
if you win a lot
win
of
or not.
series, then that probably means about a .667 winning percentage. And why? Then you're a champion. And then you get to play in a best of 3.
Well, just win every game you can anyway. I know it's a short-term goal to keep guys motivated and everything, but it really doesn't mean anything.
They're 10-5 at home, Doug.
That's meaningful.
Cardinals.
Sure.
Beat Redlegs. Fight Cardinals and beat Redlegs and go fight win. Cardinals.
How about those Colorado Rockies? Now 4-23 in the season.
Jesus.
What about the White Sox? 7-21.
Got some work to do.
I'm monitoring that overbet. Tam Avenue Capital Partners might be liquidating assets. It's TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. A Stiefel dossier for the ages here today on TMA. Chris Kerber with us at 8:15. Tony LaRussa, 9 o'clock. Jon Gruden, big St. Louis Blues fan and Super Bowl winning coach and the pride of Barstool.
Used to coach at
9:30.
SEMO, Tim. That's where
right.
it all started.
That's right. And Brad Thompson with us, plus the Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's Seth Goldcamp. Longest running sponsor on TMA. Martin, Doug, and I are all clients of Design Air Heating and Cooling. And Doug, have you seen the high for today in the gateway to the West, which is the gateway to the best?
Like 88?
18. Yes. Mid to upper 80s.
So the record's 92, set in 1970.
Well, here we go. It is going to be a potential record-setting day. Probably going to come up short of it, but nonetheless, it's going to be in the mid to upper 80s in St. Louis today. You're going to be using your air conditioning. You want to make sure that thing is ready to go when that kind of heat comes through on a regular basis. Get it checked now with Seth and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling has been sponsoring the email of the day for a good long while, and Design Air has been on the program for more than a decade. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and the reason why the program's been around in St. Louis for 21 years is listeners supporting the sponsors. On board with the show, support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, do you see on the Stiefel dossier not only this star-studded guest list, but segment 7-2, which we are now in, is titled Yoff Talk. Doug, that's short for playoff talk.
I understand that. Yeah.
And Tim, do you have time for a quick interjection?
I do. Doug is not taking it
I'm really
because
busy.
he brought the cake in.
Really busy.
We found out during the break, Jackie Papers has reversed the curse. He watched yesterday's game, and they won.
Yeah. Yeah.
You violated your orders, son.
I mean, we're watching. Well, I'm at the game.
Yeah.
I figured you were watching.
Yeah. Knicks,
Pistons and Knicks, 100%.
Yeah, for sure.
And Chairman Stephen Wild, who I understand is on hold.
Oh.
there are people who are omnipresent on the phone lines. Pestis and Festus, the barge guy, Chairman Steve, and, of course, a bunch of lovely ladies from Clayton.
Oh, just waiting in the wings.
Always wanting to get on this program to audition for the Real Housewives of TMA. And Chairman Stephen Wildwood said something like, "You better switch the channel now, you mother effer."
Yeah.
Oh. And I was included in the text. You were watching the game?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
The whole game?
I had some friends over, and we just watched the game.
A little
over.
hockey party.
Private Citizen Pete, Herb, Oatmeal.
It was the Frog Dad.
Frog Dad?
Yeah.
How do you get that name?
It's the Dog Dad, but I just always call it Frog.
Okay, why is
the
he
kind of
Why
creativity
is he
that
the
got
dog
Jackson
dad?
his gig.
Thank you, Tim.
He had a
Why is he the
dog.
dog dad? Even though you're not
Loves
classically
dogs.
trained. Oh, he loves dogs.
Yeah.
Jackson, do you love dogs?
No.
Oh, sweet mother.
But I don't
like
hate
dogs
I
or
don't
hockey?
I don't hate. No, really.
Don't tell the
Oh.
skipper any of this.
What do you think of the Lake of the Ozarks?
How about apple pie?
Touch and go. What's that?
You ate apple pie, too?
Yes, I actually. You know my thing on cooked fruit. Regardless. I watched the game. Yeah, once it was in, was no doubt like the Blues were up 5 goals at that point. I
Doug, they were up 5 goals?
4 goals, 5-1. Sorry, misspeak. I switched over to Pistons and Knicks because that game was tight.
You didn't even stay to the end of it?
Stays the end. I didn't. I
You
changed
and,
the
you and
channel.
Hellebuyck just were you with Wade Flaherty?
You were with Wade Flaherty.
Nah, yeah, me and Wade chilling. Manitoba.
Did you feel a certain burden watching? Like if they were to lose, you'd have to admit to
No, I would just lie. So I didn't watch.
Oh!
Yeah.
And Frog Dad was
I thought
okay?
this was honesty in media.
Well, not on the weekends. What was that, Doug?
Frog Dad was okay with you turning the channel?
Yeah. Yes.
So we can't trust him either.
No, I wouldn't trust him. As far as I can throw him.
Oh.
So Tucker got hurt when you stopped watching.
Saw that.
Wow.
Yeah, I did know that.
Leg buckled on.
Yeah,
looked like.
felt bad.
Mm-hmm. That hurts because he's been playing pretty well. But you know what I say? Next man up.
Look at you.
Next man up.
Suter's going to get ice time now.
Yeah.
Jeremy Rutherford tweeting that out with the Tucker situation. Boy, he was in pain. And I got to say, my anticipation at the end of that game was that all hell was about to break loose. That was not the byproduct of any. That was just a bad break. That wasn't Winnipeg causing that. You know what I mean?
No.
And I think that obviously the Blues were aware of it. Then Winnipeg began the process of the Goon Show, which you expected after getting it handed to them for two nights in St. Louis. But that was just really unfortunate. And that's a guy, certainly, if you were to go around the league and ask people for the top 5 most important members of the St. Louis Blues, Tyler Tucker is not going to get named. But I think if you went inside the room, I think a lot of people would bring him up in his value.
Yeah, he's a playoff type of player who'll get in people's faces and mix it up a little. He'll put a stinky mitt in someone's yapper. Oh, yeah. He'll do that kind of thing. And he's got a pretty good slap shot. He scored a couple big goals here late in the season, including the one yesterday.
Yeah, Montgomery's talking about it, just how he has a great shot. He was talking about his defenseman, too. He said, we're moving our feet. He said in Winnipeg,
Like that, Doug? Moving their feet.
Well, I would hope they would.
Standing still. He wanted them in the blue paint. They got that. Getting in front of that net hungry, which is a spinoff of Youngry. He wanted net hungry.
Net hungry, Doug.
And, they're nungry. They're getting in front, but they're also beating Hellebuyck from afar. Oh, by the way, Wade Flaherty is the goaltender coach for the Winnipeg Jets. Timmy has been since 2011. So Wade Flaherty comes with the building.
Seniority.
In Winnipeg. And by the way, I was looking at last
He
year's
goes back to Atlanta.
playoff. Is that right?
I believe so. I think they moved to Atlanta from Atlanta in 12.
Yeah.
Hell, I don't know.
Played in the league a little bit, but the Jets last year, I knew they had lost in the first round the last 2 years. After winning game 1 of their first round series, they lost the next 4. So we talk about patterns and, their postseason failures. I didn't realize last year against Colorado, the Jets win game 1 7-6. High scoring affair. Mm-hmm. They lose the next 4 to Colorado. 5-2, 6-2, 5-1, 6-3. There's a little bit of a pattern here
Sure is.
of not only losing, but just getting worked. And again, I think that's going to be a narrative. They're going to be on the ice probably tomorrow in Winnipeg, and everybody up there is going to be saying, how do you avoid those thoughts of, here we go again, because that core group has been together. Now, all of that means nothing, Doug. If I can't get you to win game 5, then you're going to be a little tense coming back home.
Sure will be.
Because then you're going back to Winnipeg.
Mm-hmm. Blues just have to make sure that the Jets defensemen are afraid to pet the cat the wrong way.
Yes. Oh, I like that a lot. Mm-hmm. But what I would point out about what you just listed there, which I think is incredibly important and actually material to discussion on analyzing the Blues-Jets series, which for my money, and I've watched it, I think I've watched not every game of every series, of course, but I've watched at least portions of every game in every series. It is the best series going right now. I realize they had some anarchy last night in overtime in Edmonton for them to even up that series, but the Kings blew them off the ice in game 2, and they were blowing them off the ice in game 1. Now that series is even. With both the hits and what you have going on between these two teams, this thing a stage is set for this to be a classic series that we're talking about a decade from now. That last year, Winnipeg did something similar to what they did this year during the regular season. The Jets had the lowest goals allowed in the regular season, under 200 in the NHL. They had the lowest goals allowed, goals against, in 2024-2025 as well. Martin just listed the scores of those games against the Avalanche. Even the game they won was high scoring, and then we had a bunch of 5-goal games in there as well. They only allowed 199 last year. This year, I think it was 192. Both best in the league during the regular season. Then the postseason rolls around, and what happens? They just all of a sudden run into problems with Connor Hellebuyck. And that is why this was a storyline going in. That's why this is attached to him. Now, that doesn't mean that he can't overcome it. Maybe someday he will. Just hope it isn't in the next week. And if it isn't, there's a good chance that the Blues are going to be able to advance. And, Doug, I've already released a 5-star play on the Colorado Avalanche, being the opponent in waiting.
But yet the Jets, they were favored yesterday. I think we all thought we'd have the response game.
Yes.
That they would come out playing their best hockey.
And they did get up 1-0. I thought the Blues outplayed them for the first 5 minutes and had some really great opportunities, but then they picked up a couple penalties. Winnipeg's able to go up 1-0, and that Neighbors goal was just huge. To send it into the intermission, tied 1-1. So huge, I think, for both the team and the building.
Were you in the building when Patty Maroon chugged the beer?
I had just gotten there and with some friends, and they're like, "Oh, did you see Maroon?" I literally just missed it. Patty Maroon talked about that. What do we got going on here? Yeah, Patty Maroon. Here it is. This is courtesy of our friends at KSDK.
It's honestly special, honestly, to be back here and just to be a part of it. And I was just a small piece tonight. I didn't do nothing. I was just a hype man, but just to be here and watch these guys do what they love doing, and playoff atmosphere is the best atmosphere ever, and the St. Louis Blues fans brought it tonight. Got really emotional, to be honest with you, and just to be here, I think, just to see these guys and familiar faces in that room that are trying to do one thing, is to win a Stanley Cup, so to be a part of it is really special.
Patty Maroon, he was standing ice side as the boys walked off the ice in that area where fans can fist bump when they walk off the ice. You can see Robert Thomas's reaction. He's like, "Oh, how do you do, Patty Maroon? What's the word?"
That's what Shen said. He goes, "Didn't even text me and tell me he was in town. Thanks."
Yeah, Bortuzzo was there as well. Bortuzzo was on the ice with Utah a couple weeks ago when the Blues wrapped things up, and now he's sitting there with the note.
I'm sure there's an extremely strong connection to teams, cities, and teammates that you played with when you won a cup. They'll have that their whole life. And even if they go away and play in other teams, Maroon's case is a little different since he won it with Tampa too. But I'm sure a lot of the guys, they'll remember that as the highlight of their career.
Absolutely, 100%. And super cool to see both of them back here in St. Louis yesterday.
Well, and last week Bruce Affleck was on our TV show, and he said he was talking about the strong alumni base because he'd been in charge of the alumni for a while. And he said, in fact, we're adding on. He said a couple of cup winners are coming back here. And I was thinking, well, Maroon obviously is from here. But I'm wondering if Bortuzzo is one of those guys who's going to live here now post-hockey just because this is where you won the cup. And you can always go back to Canada. Doug, you could always go back to Canada.
You could. But when they come back here, they're somebody. They're a celebrity when they're here. Everyone remembers them, slaps them on the back, loves telling the stories about winning the cup. It's a fun way to live the rest of your life.
Did you call him Bortz or Bobo? Which did you go with?
Well, you're probably a Bortz guy.
Yeah, Bortz.
Hey, remember when you beat the snot out of Zach Sanford? Remember that?
Yes, he could upset some apple carts.
Incredible stat for you boys. The Jets have not won a playoff game after losing a playoff game since Game 3 against the Blues in 2019. Wow. How about that stat? Is that correct?
That was just they haven't lost 2 in a row? Is that what that was?
No. Incredible stat. The Jets haven't won a playoff game.
Haven't won one.
After losing a playoff game since Game 3 against the Blues in 2019.
Oh.
So they lost Game 2 against the Blues. Blues went up there and won the first 2 in Winnipeg back in 2019. Jets won Game 3 in St. Louis. But they have opened up series with wins, and then they just lose 4 straight. Now,
after the first loss, they're no good to us.
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I don't know if you noticed this, Jackson. I know you had the boys over, Frog Dad.
By the way, I was busy, but the invite's always appreciated.
Yeah, I was a little turned off by not getting invited.
I'll go back and check my email.
Which one, Doug?
I've got about 2.7 billion unread emails.
That Scheifele, I don't know if you watched all the sound when I sent it over.
Yeah.
That was a little...
Head down.
Head down, exactly right.
Counting the polka dots on the carpet.
Nicely done. Counting the polka dots, they have polka dots in their room. That's their thing. Here is Mark Scheifele on saying the team unraveled against the Blues.
In the third period, you guys had a big hill, and were you maybe just trying to chase that deficit heading into that goal against?
Yeah, we had I think it was just a miscue and, stinky one.
You looked like you had your game for most of the first and a good chunk of the second. What changed?
I don't know. I think you just kind of, they obviously got that second one and, made a bad read on the third one and ends up in the back of the net. So, just kind of got away from us. We kind of unraveled a little bit, and I think that's more our doing than theirs.
Scott Arniel, head coach, was then asked about Scheifele's comments on the unraveling. Here is what he had to say.
You were talking about the uncharacteristic coverage mistakes, and Mark had described it as he thought the team kind of unraveled. Is there an understanding maybe of why that's happening in this?
We unraveled in the sort of the last 7 or 8 minutes of that second period. I don't know if it's, where the moment we're at or whatever, but it's uncharacteristic of our group. We're so good at how we defend, and I thought we did a really good job of it for close to 30 minutes. We played to them other than giving the goal up at the end of the first period. But, those are things, we're just going to continue. We got to hammer it away. There's nothing we do about it. We go back and look at it, talk about it, and make sure that, that we handle these situations better than we did tonight.
There was one penalty in the second period combined for both teams. And it was Adam Lowry, their captain, and I don't know how it came across on television, but being in the building and watching it develop, had that been a member of the Blues, and we saw the Blues take some bad penalties when they were in Winnipeg, that would absolutely be considered a self-inflicted wound and a bad penalty, and that is from their captain. And following that penalty, the Blues scored 2 goals late in the second period to take it from a 2-1 St. Louis lead to a 4-1 lead going into the second intermission. And I believe that is what Scheifele and Arniel are talking about with regard to the unraveling.
It's always good when you're having to refer to the unraveling, and it's the captain that does it. The Blues, the first 2 games they played in Winnipeg, they probably got on the plane coming home and they're like, you know what, we played pretty well. We didn't win, but we played pretty well. If you're the Jets, you get on that plane last night, you can't be saying the same thing.
And Hellebuyck in particular. But yes, they got stomped.
Tim, the year before last, we ran through those numbers, how they won the first game and then got blown out. So last year, they beat Vegas in game 1, 5-1. And then they lost 5-2, 5-4, 4-2, 4-1. So you don't hear a lot of 1-0, 2-1, 3-2. So again, it goes to this theme that the goalie has heard, that core group has heard for a while. Can they bounce back and play great at home and go up in the series on Wednesday? Absolutely. But I think it's a fair question to wonder where they are, their psyche.
And in that regular season, they had the second fewest goals against during the regular season. Only in the Western Conference, only one team had fewer, and that was the Dallas Stars. And then what happens? So that is why this is attached to Connor Hellebuyck. And so the stage now is set not only for what I think has got every earmark of a classic playoff series as it is, but his moment. This is a different deal for Winnipeg. This was a dominating team. We talked about it going into the playoff series. They were 10th as far as odds to win the Stanley Cup. 10th out of 16. 116 points. Nobody even close when it comes to goals allowed over the course of the season. A Vezina Trophy winning goaltender. Martin, you made reference in the first segment to Jeremy Rutherford voting for him for the MVP, the Hart Trophy. And now, here you go. This is different than a guy getting into the playoffs. This is a guy, being the leader for the team that dominated in the regular season, and they dominated with a certain style. And now they're not allowed to play that style because he is giving up as many goals as he is. Now, I would point out, and I think Blues, if they were being honest, and Winnipeg, of course, they would say this, is how many of those would be deemed soft goals. But either way, the numbers, when you use the large sample size of this postseason and the last few postseasons, are damning. And those are large enough to sit there and call it into question. So, Doug, as you said earlier on, if he lets in a soft one early in Game 5, sweet mother of mercy, I wonder what they would do. It sounds like Scott O'Neill's not thinking about doing anything for Game 5, but that's something that I know they've got to be discussing, at least as a possibility, going forward.
An early softie would take the air out of their barn.
Man, I like that.
But there has to be, in the Winnipeg locker room, a sense of, oh, no, here it goes again.
Yes.
Here we go. And when you get that kind of mindset, and then the next thing goes wrong, it can really be deflating for a team. And maybe that's already happened to them. It looks like it has.
Coach, would you say, oh, no, here we go again? I wish somebody would have said that to O'Neill yesterday.
We got to hire Calvin to ask that question.
Oh, by the way, Winnipeg's first year was 2011, moving from Atlanta. So Wade Flaherty he's an initial
He's
Winnipeg
an originator. He's a founding father.
Mm-hmm. Wade Flaherty is well, he comes with the barn, Doug.
You're welcome to get involved on the program. 314-974-0101. Chairman Steve in Wildwood, I guess, is waiting to hold Jackson accountable for watching the game. But look at you. You got a win yesterday.
Yeah,
Frog Dad got a win.
Yeah, Frog Dad, the Ken Dog, all my buddies.
Ken Dog and Frog Dad. We're all there.
Wild time.
314-974-0101. That is how you can call in to the program. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in. And then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, which is active as the day is long this morning. 340 friends are in there talking it over. Deep Voice Dude is in there talking it over with Scuba Steve and Run TMC 50. With DJ Patty Cake. So, Doug, it's fun in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Times.
Get in there and talk it over. You can get in there, watch the program, and talk it over live with other TMA listeners. This is the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber coming up at 8:15. Tony LaRussa at 9 o'clock. Jon Gruden at 9:30. Brad Thompson, 10 o'clock. There's your Stiefel dossier here on TMA.
In the market for a new car, not sure what you can afford, not sure what you can get approved for? Well, go to AutoLoanPro.com. They're going to work with you no matter what your backstory is, little to no money down. Going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. They know that anyone can sell you a car. It takes pro to do it right. Making that large purchase can be complicated, especially if you've had a little hiccup along the way. Let the Auto Loan Pro help you get back on track. And to do that, they've got a playbook. It's a free playbook you can download when you go online, AutoLoanPro.com. Find out more about how credit is built over the years, how the credit industry works. A lot of that is complicated. They explain it all to you with that free playbook. Make sure and download that at AutoLoanPro.com. You'll see Robert Thomas on the page. See those commercials he does on TV during the Blues games. It's AutoLoanPro.com. For your next vehicle, no matter what your situation, they will get you the best rate possible. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win yesterday, tying the series as they head back to Winnipeg. And you can catch that game back in Winnipeg right here on 101 ESPN. The pregame will start at 7:30. Puck drops at 8:30. That's on Wednesday. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah, the Blues are marching in. Benna, Thomas, Holloway, and Shen. Playing tough and the D is tight. Clark Avenue be hopping tonight. If the puck rolls right and they keep it up. 2019 against Stanley's Cup. There's a long way to go, but these boys can skate. West Coast game, I'm staying up late. I might be up all night.
What if it's in Manitoba?
Go for the
That's Central Time Zone.
For that cup,
It's a big honor to be that solo trumpetist on this.
Nothing better than playoff time.
They're thinking Friday's late.
In the NHL.
That's what their early indication. It could change.
Is this coming from your sources?
Sources say they're expecting.
But here's the thing.
It could change.
Friday, I'm fine with it.
Right.
And it could lead to the Sundress Showdown being an all-timer in downtown St. Louis. Because people are going to be able to, like, what do they call it, lubricate?
Oh, gosh.
Before the game?
Coaches always say that as if it's okay to just heavy drinking. Like, well, our crowd will be really well lubricated.
So 9 o'clock, puck drop on a Friday, fine, leads to a pony. And, Doug, then that sets up the Parade Down Market, which is June 14th at noon, if you want to set up your lawn chair along Market.
I heard Darren Pang yesterday say that he thought the building was about as loud yesterday as he could ever remember in all of his years in St. Louis.
In the second and third period, it was out of control. It was incredible. And that's saying something for a noon start. First period, understandably, a little slow. Winnipeg gets up. I know Winnipeg came back from the deficit in game one. And certainly this could be proven to be false as the series plays out. And I don't know how you guys feel about it and how our listeners feel about it. And I'll ask Kerber about this. He's going to be with us at 8:15. Since Jon Gruden's apparently invested in this, I'll ask Gruden about it, too. He's going to be with us at 9:30.
Well, I think he had Hully and Pronger in the lineup in game one.
Is that
right? So we might want to not get too detailed.
But Winnipeg is a team that they are at their absolute best, I think perhaps more so than any of the other teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs, at playing with a lead, and I think they may be one of the most disadvantaged teams with playing from behind. And when you look at the regular season numbers, it would certainly speak to how their style of play is successful. It's by smothering teams. That's what they were able to do against the Blues in the third period. I realized that was of game one. That was a tie game. But in this particular case, I was watching, I'm going, man, if Winnipeg in a building that's a little, dead relative to where it was in game three because of the start time, if they can go up 2-0, big problem. That's why Neighbor's goal, so important. And then you're sitting there going, okay, if the Blues can get the next goal, then they do. And then to get to 3-1, it's later in the game. That is just a huge thing against that team with that goalie, with the ghosts that haunt him. So significant. And so it keeps going back to something you brought up, Doug, which was, if they can get a softy past Hellebuyck in game 5 early on, what that could mean. What that could mean both for Hellebuck's psyche, but also does Scott Arniel go, okay, we can't let this slip away because we've got a guy who just doesn't have the trust of his teammates at this moment. I think that's something to monitor. From what Arniel said, go ahead and play that again, Jackson. When he was asked about it following Game 4 yesterday, it doesn't sound like it's even in a possibility for Wednesday night. But I would keep an eye on it if the Blues do go up early and one of them's a softie. Here's what the Winnipeg head coach Scott Arniel had to say when asked about his confidence level in the likely Vezina Trophy winner, Connor Hellebuyck.
I'm 100% confident in Connor Hellebuyck. His resume speaks for itself. At the end of the day, we need to be better in front of him. We need to let him see some pucks. There's a couple there we didn't get to see. There's things that we have to do to help him. He knows that he has to do things to help us, and that's how it's been all year long. So we're all in this together. It's just a situation that we got to put our best foot forward when we go home. Like I mentioned, we worked our tails off for 82 games to get home ice advantage. Well, it's a best of 3 now. Now we got to make sure we take care of business.
There he is, Scott Arniel.
For a goalie who was so outstanding during the regular season, he sure does seem to struggle a lot handling the puck with his stick, behind the net and everything. It's surprising that a guy who's been in the league as long as he has and had so much success, that would be an issue. But it sure seems to be. Bennington, on the other hand, is really good with the stick. Some of his passes are really outstanding.
That is one of his absolute strengths, and it's one of Hellebuyck's noted weaknesses, and we saw it with that Buchnevich hat-trick goal when Robert Thomas took the puck, got it to Buchnevich, and then away the Blues went. You're welcome to get involved in the program. The phone lines are loaded up, 314-974-0101. That's the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 355 friends have gathered, including Longshanks. You remember him from Braveheart. He was the king, and now he is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat talking with listeners, so that's fun.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's in there. Okay. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Michelob Ultra, it's only worth it if you enjoy it. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. That's Michelob Ultra. Also, the presenting sponsor of the Dotem. And Doug, we announced the Dotem last week. Registration opened on Friday at 8 a.m. Jesse Kiowski, who is in charge of TMA events, just texted me that here is the situation. If you want to play on Friday, May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort, there are 3 foursomes left, and that's it. There are 3 foursomes left, and that's it. So book them now at 101ESPN.com. Your foursome is $170 per golfer, all in. That includes the fees, and it includes your golf. It includes complimentary breakfast from Donut Drive-In. It includes lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. All your Michelob Ultra all day long. And an after party with food from Super Smokers on Friday. 3 foursomes left. Get yours now at 101 ESPN. Our charity partner for the 2025 Dotem is the St. Louis Hero Network. In honor of Brian McKenna, we have been working with Brian's family on this event, and there are 3 foursomes left for Friday. Want to play on Thursday? Go to 101ESPN.com. That's Thursday, May 29th. Friday, May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. It is what we believe to be the 8th Dotem. Doug, there was a COVID year off, and then we didn't do it last year with Normandy shut down, and we have moved the Dotem this year to Oak Valley. Book your foursome now, 101ESPN.com. It's presented to you by Michelob Ultra. Chris Kerber, 8:15. Tony LaRussa, not only on the Blues, but the passing of Cardinal General Manager Walt Jocketty over the weekend. He's with us at 9 o'clock on the Stiefel Dossier. Jon Gruden with us at 9:30, and Brad Thompson with us at 10 o'clock. Then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Chairman Steve in Wildwood wants to hold Jackson accountable on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, which you can participate in by calling 314-974-0101. Good morning, Steve.
Okay, calm down. Okay, calm down.
Congratulations on your 6 months. Yeah, 4 months of commercials and 2 months of shows.
Oh, you son of a...
Oh, Doug.
Well, the ironic thing is we got to go to break. Thank you so much for the call, Steve.
Oh, man. Marty, I'm just joking. Love you guys. Hey, Jackson, I felt you watching when they scored that goal.
I felt you watching.
I had to text him. I thought maybe he was... out with his girlfriends having brunch at some place that plays EDM music and didn't have the sound of the game on, which I would allow that, Jackson. But you had a group of guys where, at your house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just 3 guys watching the
Frog Daddy?
Just curious.
Yeah,
I'm
watching
glad you broke the curse.
playoff hockey
Sausage
game.
fest.
Stag party.
Sunday at noon. What were you expecting?
What?
What do you mean,
I was
what?
out. I was in BPV watching it on the big screen.
Well, clearly you're built different.
All kinds of effects going on. Come on. Let's roll. This is playoff time, baby. Every other night, we're getting hammered. I drank a lot of those Michelob Ultras. I had a Budweiser for dessert over at Katie's Pasta and Pizza. Little spaghetti and meatballs. A little disappointed. Actually won an 8:45 game on Friday because I got that resi at Wright's Tavern. So.
That's right. That's this Friday. Yeah. Well, here's the deal, Steve. If you got a chance for some mini logistics, there are 4 games scheduled for Friday. Now, Lightning Panthers could be over right now. Actually, that can't be over by Friday because that's 2-1.
They're playing for sure.
Okay, so that's a game for sure. Canadiens, Capitals could be over. That's a 3-1 series lead for the Caps. They call them Les Capitals. And then the Devils, Hurricanes could be over. But I think if Florida plays for sure, let's say there's 6 o'clock, then you stick the Blues a little later. So I think the anticipation is no matter what happens with the Canadiens, the Devils, etc., looks like it could be a late one.
Is that right?
Okay.
They'd go 6 and then 8:45?
I think so. I think that's the
Friday
theory.
night I'm fine with it. The Wednesday thing sucks, but it was expected.
Well, you go to the Battlehawks first half, Doug, and then you shoot over to the Enterprise Center on Friday.
You might get slapped.
Oh, yeah. A fan got slapped there.
A fan was slapped.
There was Nakuna's brother or whatever. The guy the receiver for the
brother.
ring.
That is correct. How about that?
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. But actually, I went to the game Thursday, and you know how they do that thing where they play the highlight? They were playing the highlight of the 2011 World Series with Mott hitting the fly ball and Craig catching it. And you always think, well, it's one of the guys who's in that video they're gonna show on the screen. I did not think it would be the skipper. That was awesome. The crowd went nuts when LaRussa got up on the screen. That was really cool.
He said he was very moved by it. Yeah.
It takes a lot to move Tony too. You know, it's awesome. I think it was great. It's always good to see the guys there. Even Contreras got a nice little round of applause there. But no, it was fun. I'm gonna have fun on this run, and I don't think it's gonna stop. I mean, I don't know what they do with that Connor Hellebuyck. He had a nice assist on that Shen goal. Gave the puck right through him. That was the weirdest thing.
Did he get an assist for that?
Rivers was doing the call. He's like, Hellebuyck basically pushed the puck to Shen, and Shen just roofed it. It was crazy. And then also, I don't know if you listened to Monty's interview afterwards. He kind of took a little shot at the end. He was like, and our goalie's making saves. And
I thought the exact same thing, Chairman Steve. I noticed that. I did. Yeah, our goalie's making saves.
It was subtle, but it was a real deal.
I thought the same thing.
I don't want to hold on to you guys. You got more calls to get to, and Kerber and everything. So I'll cut it off early here, Marty.
How about that? This guy getting ready for Wright's Tavern at 7:45 on Friday, Doug.
Yes. So at least we'll have more games anyway, more home games. But Wednesday night I'll probably be watching from home. Jackson, you're allowed to watch. All right.
Oh, you're back, Jackson.
Allowed to watch.
Flip the curse.
Yes, you did. I'm proud of you for doing that, although I told you to turn it off after they scored, and you didn't, which that's upsetting. But neighbors saved your ass. But that was how do you do that with those? Those are filthy myths. I'm sorry, I keep talking. All right, guys, have a good day.
Doug, there he is. That's
All
a
right,
2023
we'll
TMA Listener of the Year, Stephen Wildwood. Do you want to be the Listener of the Month? Go to tmastl.com because we only have 2 more days left here in the month of April, which means you go to tmastl.com and sign up to be the Listener of the Month. And even though Doug wants you to use your real name, you don't have to use your real name. You can maintain your anonymity and still be in the Papal Conclave, which we will have here on May 1st, May Day. And Doug, we will all be at Villa for our Papal Conclave on May 1st. So that's going to be fun as we find out who the April TMA Listener of the Month is. You could be that listener right now. TMASTL.com. Mr. Licks is not happy with Chairman Stephen Wildwood. He thought he got that reservation when Steve said he wasn't going to go to the Wright's Tavern on Friday night. Now Mr. Licks is pissed at Stephen Wildwood. Rusty Pecker says Chairman Steve waiting on the phone lines on hold for an hour is not a good look for his brand. Do you think that's bad for Chairman Steve's brand?
Well, you'd like to think you're so important that as soon as you call, we stop everything we're doing and get you right on. The fact is, everybody waits a little bit.
Strong call.
Is Wright's Tavern so crowded that it's just really hard to get a reservation?
I mean, I could never imagine being able to eat there. Jackson, what's it like?
Yeah, you need a resi.
And it's hard to get.
So what you do, Doug, is you
in advance.
call over there and say, Yeah, I got to cancel for Friday, but I'm going to let my friend use it. Yeah, what was the reservation under? Steve? Yeah, Steve who? Chairman Steve? Mm-hmm. No, nothing listed. Stephen Wildwood? No,
Yeah.
but I think if you wanted to pick off that reservation, you'd at least try that.
Right, or there could be a Smith or a Johnson with a reservation.
Oh, so you're saying the listeners are now going to
and pretend to be Steve, and then but they're struggling because the folks at Wright's Tavern was like, we don't have anything listed under Chairman Steve. I'm sorry.
And that's a bigger deal, like a big problem in real, I don't want to say, but bigger cities.
No, in Manhattan, they actually aren't companies.
They have reservation pirates, essentially, who will buy up all the reservations, and then you have to pay like $50 to then get the opportunity to pay for dinner at a place.
Oh,
it was a big problem in LA with golf courses, too, the public golf courses.
Is that right?
They were taking up tee times, then selling the tee times to people. Like third parties were selling the tee times. Real problem.
Reservation pirates.
Reservation pirates.
Are they playing this weekend?
Oh, man. I was driving down to DeSoto. You got to stay up to midnight the month before. It's not in my name, boy. That's from Stephen Wildwood, Doug. I don't know what that meant.
Got to stay up. What? Driving to DeSoto.
I think it was only fair that he got a chance to respond, and that was his response. I was driving to DeSoto. You got to stay up to midnight the month before. It's not in my name, boy.
It's saying if you want to get a reservation at Wright's Tavern, you have to stay up till midnight the month before, which I assume means that's when reservations open for the restaurant.
There is Chairman Stephen Wildwood on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chris Kerber is going to join us on those phone lines next. This is 101 ESPN.
Hey, listen, when you go to use a company, maybe you haven't used Classic Air Care before, you just heard us talking about it on the air. What I encourage you to do is go to classicaircare.com. Click on the Google rating. Click on the reviews right at the top of the website and read what some of your neighbors, other people that have used them that live right around you, that live in the area, and you're going to understand the quality of service you get. They come to my house. They make sure that the air conditioning unit is ready to go. Now, look, it's no guarantee that something isn't going to break down during the summer, but here's what it is. It makes sure that everything is running properly so chances of that happening are a lot less. And if something does happen, well, they're going to be right there to fix it as well. They've got same-day appointments available. It's the people that live in your community that work for them. They employ the local people that have lived here that take pride in working for them and pride in getting it right for you. That's the kind of quality service. And by the way, local matters to me, so that's why I use them. It's Classic Air Care. You can get filters online. You can book an appointment. You can get a free quote for a new unit online as well. It's all right there for you. Go to classicaircare.com. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. 376 friends of the Feather have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat on the TMA STL YouTube channel as this city, Doug, has gotten all fired up about your St. Louis Blues, and it is a pleasure to talk it over right now here in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour with the voice of the Blues, Chris Kerber, joining us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, guys. How are you?
You fired up, as I would imagine you are. Loved the call of the goals yesterday. Loved the post-game show with Joey Vitale, which was listened to with my wife as we were leaving the building. And, of course, the Curbside podcast. And in that conversation with Joey, you were talking about something that I thought was a hell of an observation on this. And I wonder what they would say in Winnipeg. You brought up a series that is still, for longtime Blues fans and members of the organization, felt as a missed opportunity in a big way, because at the time the Avalanche and the Red Wings were the dominating forces in the league. This was 2003, and the Blues had a 3-1 series lead on the Vancouver Canucks. They all got sick, had a weird travel schedule, wound up losing that series in a Western Conference that might have been there for the taking. The reason I bring that up, outside of the fact that you cited it, Kerbs, is that you were wondering if Winnipeg is dealing with this kind of odd travel schedule they've had, whereas the Blues were able to fly up to Winnipeg on Friday, play Saturday, Monday, and head back to St. Louis. The Jets have been dealing with kind of a different set of circumstances, and maybe this unique playoff scheduling has worked to the Blues' advantage, not just from a health standpoint, but from being well-rested at home.
Listen, I think from a first-round playoff series standpoint, for the road team, I think it could not have been better right now than it's worked out for the St. Louis Blues. It's been an unusual series compared to others because of the days off in between. Some of that is national TV related, but a lot of it is the fact that there were concerts at Enterprise Center. There were concerts up at Canada Life. For example, we're not playing on Tuesday because they've got a concert Tuesday night at Canada Life Center, and it's just one of the many playoff challenges that teams in the NHL and the NBA have when it comes to this kind of thing. And then on top of those schedules, you've got to work around TV. Well, Tim, if you're the St. Louis Blues and you're going up to Winnipeg to take on the number one team in the National Hockey League, You arrive on Friday. You play Saturday at 5. You have Easter Sunday off. You play Monday night, and then you fly home. Now I'm going to give you a quick example of how it's different than how that little scenario is different. But then you come home. You've got a couple days off. You play a game. You've got a couple days off. Winnipeg had just obviously they come in the day before, right? But then they're the ones waiting on those two. That Winnipeg is going to end up possibly spending more time on the road than the Blues in this series, and to me, I just think that's a big difference. I compared it to 2003. And now here's the difference, though. Winnipeg doesn't have a choice, okay? They're doing everything that they can. They're in the same time zone. 2003, the Blues are flying 2 time zones over. The flights are, 4.5 hours going out, 4 hours coming back. And they just made the decisions to go out days early. And, after they play in a home game, rather than travel the next day and giving guys a chance to rest at home, they jumped on planes at night, flew into, to get in and have now 2 off days in Vancouver. In the end, I have always felt that contributed to the fatigue and eventually the sickness that spread through the team, and them losing that series was, I think, a part of that. And that was a team that could have won a cup with the way Colorado and Detroit had been knocked out. This one's a little bit different, but to give you an idea, with an 8:30 start time on Wednesday night, right? Unlike last Monday's game in Winnipeg where the Blues just came home right after the game. They will probably stay in Winnipeg after the game, just because you don't know if those games go into overtime and stuff. So you're going to try to keep some patterns there. But, I just, you compare the two scenarios, and I'm telling you, it's about as, short of playing Chicago or Minnesota's obviously been pretty good, but I just, to have the quote-unquote road team basically be able to be home like the Blues have been home, I think it's unusual. And I think it's worked out to their favor, especially in net. It's given Jordan Binnington plenty of time to rest between games, and I think it shows.
Yeah, the Blues certainly love playing at home. This is 14 in a row now. They've won at home. I saw where they haven't lost in regulation at home since February 6th, early February. Why do you think they've been so consistently solid at home?
Well, you know what? I think there's a comfort level. I think the one thing that Jim Montgomery has brought to this team is some of that swagger back, some of that confidence. And, remember right from the start, we come home after that New York trip and he's like, let's get this place rocking. Let's make this place hard to play against. I talked to Reddick Foxa before this series started and asked him how his year's gone. He says, I've absolutely loved playing here this year. And I said, is it different than what you thought having come in with Dallas for 10 years? And he said, well, to him, he goes, I used to hate to have to come here because this place was just hard to play in. They were big. They knocked us out of the playoffs twice while he was in Dallas. He said it was just one of those places where you came in, you're like, man, you just knew you were in for it. And I think Jim Montgomery is kind of bringing some of that swagger back. And boy, once you start to get that and you start to realize you're like, it's just a confidence level that goes through a team's culture, and it's showing right now, And so, yeah, they're getting the job done on home ice, and man, oh man, like Binnington's goals against average is like a 1.8 and a save percentage of almost like .930 during the win streak that he's put together on home ice. It's pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, he's got 13 straight wins on home ice, separate from the 14 straight by the team. What do you think about Hellebuyck? Pretty obvious, right, that you go back to him, or is it not obvious? And then I love the debate you and Joey had about, do you take him out? Because that is sort of humiliating for a starting goalie. Let's walk through that a little bit. If you leave him in, do you subject him to more humiliation? I think it's a fascinating debate.
Well, you're getting paid well enough to be humiliated. I kind of look at it like that. That's part of it. Look, they're going to go back to Connor Hellebuyck, especially on home ice. He's going to be highly motivated. Make no mistake that the We Want Connor chats, which were just spectacularly creative and fun. They're going to go back to him. What we were debating was, look, if you give up a weak goal, right? Do you pull him early? Do you wait till you're down 2-0, or do you do it when it's 1-0? I've always thought that at times, coaches wait too long to pull the goaltender. And I guess what I would liken it to, that's very easily understandable for for St. Louis Cardinal fans, for example, would be, you're in a playoff series, right? You get to Game 5, you're tied 2-2, and if your starting pitcher gets in a jam early in the first inning, bases loaded, nobody out, you're going to leave him in there to serve up a grand slam, or do you maybe make a change early? And I think that might be where they have to be, in Winnipeg here. He has not been very good in these last 2 games. Guys, this is a goaltender that can easily turn around and then, put up his 4th career playoff shutout. But without a doubt, he wasn't very good in these 2 games. Now, I don't think the team in front of them was as good either, but he definitely wasn't. And the Blues definitely put some cracks in the armor of the Winnipeg Jets. Because right now, if you go into Game 5 and you tuck one in fairly early, or maybe it's even a scoreless first period, but the one that goes in the second period is not a good one, I guarantee you that stuff starts to weigh on a team. And when your team is playing to not give up a goal, it becomes very hard to actually score them. So the Blues did more than just win in these last 2 games. They created a little bit of doubt, and that's beneficial for them.
Absolutely, especially considering both Hellebuyck's recent playoff history and the Jets' recent playoff history. Let's talk about the Blues' playoff history. Now, we're going back 6 years, and there are only a handful of guys still around. But one of the things you and Joey were talking about, Kerbs, following Game 3 were the number of hits the Blues put on the Jets and the game's climate overall, 128 hits. I'm curious, one of the things that we saw as a signature of that run in 2019 were the way teams started to fold up shop against the Blues in games 5, 6, and if they were able to get there, 7, because the Blues took a toll on them. So in other words, are the Blues still, even though with a different makeup, different coach, different roster, still utilizing that same strategy to penalize teams so that they're worn down by the time they get to this point in a series?
I think both teams are doing this. I think you're seeing just some of the most physical playoff hockey across the league that we have seen in a while. And let's face it, it's fun and it's great to watch. Interestingly enough, guys, and I don't know the technology part of this, but, I looked at that stat sheet after 2 periods in Game 1, and I'm going, 40 hits? I don't remember seeing that. And then, as this is going on, well, I come to find out, from off-ice officials that these are actually being charted, electronically. It used to be, the guys in the off-ice officials, the people up in the booth, they saw a hit, they'd mark it. And you'd see great variances. For example, Zdeno Chara would always get 400 hits a year in Boston, and, that same play might not get you a hit, right? And then at the same time, we watched at one point, we watched the WTF line in Winnipeg. Each guy threw it like a hit in succession on something, looked at the stat sheet, and only one was registered. I don't know how exactly the automated hit count thing works, and I'm trying to ask and find out, but I haven't gotten a great answer just yet to the people I've talked to. Having said that, they are, as coaches like to say, they are taking skin every chance they can get, and that's going in a hit. And Winnipeg, by the way, is doing the same thing. I mean, obviously, we don't know the status of Tyler Tucker, but that did not look good there, right? The way they hit Ryan Suter early on, the big hit from Stanley onto Jordan Kyrou. Each team is doing this. This is why it's a battle of attrition. Jordan Kyrou being able to play after that and still score a power play goal, resiliency there. It absolutely matters. But, yeah, this is a physical one. I don't think this one's going to turn out quite like San Jose because both of these teams, I think, can withstand some of that pounding. But, yeah, in 2016, the St. Louis Blues didn't just out-hit San Jose. They broke a franchise. I mean, that team has that. Seriously, it's what I've been saying. They haven't that franchise missed the playoffs after that, right? And they haven't been the same since. To me, so the physicality is enormous, which is why the Blues are really managing their rest really well too right now. They're not going to skate today. They'll have an off day. They've been managing this, so they'll skate tomorrow before they get on the plane to Winnipeg. And do the best you can. And this is why, guys, holy cow, that Tucker hit, which is, I mean, it was really more awkward. I don't really think Tanev really hit him, right? I think Tanev was tied up with Oscar Sundqvist, and Tucker ended up kind of being an awkward part of it. I have to go back and rewatch it again, but I just, you look at it, and this is why little things like, do you take when you've got a lead, do you take a late penalty that all of a sudden could have some guys blocking shots and taking shots off the feet? Things like that. That's just all part of the playoff battle, and why the Stanley Cup is so hard to win, because it's a battle of attrition. And I'll tell you what, the physicality has just been awesome to see, and the Blues have done a good job being out on the dishing side of it more than the receiving side of it.
I've noticed that the ice time among the forwards has changed a little bit, including the top line, Robert Thomas and Kyrou and those guys are playing 3 or 4 minutes less. Is that by design to keep them a little fresher, or was that just because they got a big lead and they tailed them out late?
Well, Doug, I think that it's a terrific angle, and we were talking about this yesterday. Some of it is by design. I mean, when you've had the 2 games that the St. Louis Blues have had, you're able to actually not put your top guys out there quite as much. You're able to play your bottom 6. You're able to get those guys more ice time. They've had a little less wear and tear from an ice time standpoint. And you're able to balance out the minutes and keep your teams rested, going back to what we were just talking about, how a playoff series gets long and that fatigue part actually matters. But the other side of it is, Jim Montgomery is a coach that clearly will play guys that he thinks that are going and that are feeling it at the moment. Look at some of the ice time that Tyler Tucker received, throughout that game. Couple of offensive zone face-offs as well, that you might not have thought. And you realize that, you haven't had to put Colton Parayko out there for 25 minutes. You haven't had to have Justin Falk go 26 minutes. Now, we haven't had an overtime game either. I get that, right? But when you are able to play like they did, in games 3 and games 4, you're able to balance those minutes and save some of that energy up and not wear guys out as much. And that's something that Jim Montgomery has been really good. Honestly, if you go back and you look at the regular season, there's not one defenseman that constantly leads the team in time on ice, right? There's not one forward that constantly leads the team in time on ice, game in, game out. It's very situational, and Jim Montgomery has a terrific feel of it. It's one of the things that has kept his team, somewhat fresh, I think.
Chris Kerber, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. You talked a little bit there about Tucker, the injury, the situation. What do you think the Blues will be doing going forward?
Well, that is a good question. Number one, not knowing the extent of the injury. It looked bad, so let's base that question on the assumption that he's not available for Game 5. To me, I think at that point you got to go back to the veteran, Ryan Suter. Now you have another option in Matt Kessel, who can play the right side, his natural side, but Ryan Suter's a 135, 140 career playoff games, a veteran that's played really well. When Jim Montgomery, and he said this when he told Suter that he was out of the lineup, and same with Matthew Joseph, he says, be good vets. I mean, you've got to be ready to go because it is the playoffs. You will be back in there, and this is an example of how and why that happens. So, to me, that'll be an interesting ice time thing when it comes to Game 5 if they rely on him. Joe Quenneville used to really shorten that bench up a lot in the playoffs. Sometimes just pretty much played as 4 defensemen and they spelled them with the bottom 2. I don't think the Blues are that kind of team built that way. And to be able to go to a guy with 1,500 games in if Tyler Tucker gets hurt, I think that's quite a benefit to have. So I would expect to see Ryan Suter back in there, but he does have Matt Kessel as an option. The Springfield Thunderbirds lost yesterday as well, so their season is over. So at some point in time here, I would expect a few guys to come up, and be part of the Black Aces, and that could include a defenseman like Schoenemann or something like that too. So their stable may grow a little bit now with Springfield having been knocked out of the playoffs.
I love the fact on the stat sheet, it's Sundqvist setting up Thomas. You just don't see those two often associated with scoring plays, but Sonny sets up Robert Thomas. How about being around the team? You see Robert, from day one, we knew he was a little injured, didn't know the extent of it, but everything I've heard is like he's getting around better. I feel like these extra days have benefited him as much as anyone.
It's been huge, to have the extra days, for him. And however they treated his injury and however they're getting him back on the ice, to be honest with you, it hasn't looked like it's affected him one bit at all in this series. He's been spectacular against the Winnipeg Jets this year, and in both regular season and in the playoffs. And watching him make that play, he made a couple plays back in the defensive zone. And guys, you have a bona fide now true number one center that Robert Thomas has grown into that role, and it's awesome. I mean, I'll take you back to when the Blues drafted him 20th overall. And Keith Tkachuk said to me, the Blues just got a top 5 pick at the 20th pick. And if you go back and if you look on Hockey DB and you click on points in that draft, he's top 5 in points from all the players drafted in that same draft, which is spectacular. And you mentioned Sundqvist. I asked Craig Berube during, when we were doing these long-form interviews when nobody was allowed to work or be around each other during COVID, right? And we're just trying to come up with how do you do sports radio. And I asked Craig Berube a question that said, what's one move you made in each playoff series in that 2019 run that helped you win the series? And when it came to that first series in Winnipeg, he said the one move he did that he felt really changed that series was elevate Oskar Sundqvist. Put him up higher in the lineup, created different matchup problems, and he said that he felt that move was the big swing move in that series. Oscar's kind of rediscovering his youthfulness a little bit. It's 5-6 years later, a couple knee injuries and hip operations later, and he's showing just that impactfulness in the playoffs that he can be. He's just got the big body. Jim Montgomery said he could be the best defensive forward the Blues have in terms of most efficient, getting into the right spot, taking the right routes. We saw him, a little bit down the stretch there in that 12-game win streak when Monty shortened his bench. He put Oskar Sundqvist on that top line for the final 5-6 minutes of some key games to help shut the other teams down. And he's proven once again to just be a really, really terrific player to have come playoff time. And he's having a good series himself.
Blues, Jets, Game 5. You'll be able to catch it here on 101 ESPN Wednesday. Pregame 7:30 p.m. Puck drop 8:30 p.m. Give or take 20 minutes. Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale will be on the call. The coverage here on 101 ESPN has been outstanding. That's a credit to everybody in the building and, of course, the captain on these broadcasts, along with the production staff and his color commentator, Joey Vitale, Chris Kerber. Our guest here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines as the Blues continue this run at the very least through the week, which will culminate with a Game 6 in St. Louis on Friday night. Kerbs, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for the time this morning, sir.
Guys, have an awesome week. Enjoy this week. It'll be a fun one hockey-wise.
Amen. Mm-hmm. Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
He's right about Oskar Sundqvist. He's just, anytime he's on the ice, he seems to be right in the middle of everything. He's diving into the boards. He's falling in front of slap shots. He's checking people. He's a fun guy to watch. And has been for years, as long as he's been here. Fun guy to watch. Not the most talented guy, but boy, he'll do anything for the team.
And he leaves and then comes back. And he had to be kind of bummed when you leave. Like, man, that's where I won a cup. Yeah. I love being in that city. He lives here year-round. He goes to soccer games at City Park, or Poling will pay us to say Energizer Park. But Sundqvist gets to come back. Rarely do you get that second chance with that team unless you're John Mabry, who was on the Cardinals 3 times, Doug.
Yeah, Perron got 3 tours.
Perron, I believe, but having Sundqvist. But I just thought that was funny to see because you're, Thomas, Kyrou, Schenn, all these guys who are typically paired up, and then there's Sundqvist setting up Robert Thomas. But whatever he had, whatever that lower body injury, it does seem it's healing, and he is playing at a high level.
396 Friends of the Feather gathered at youtube.com/TMASTL. Aaron in St. Chuck just entered the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, you always point out that she has her nipples pierced.
I never said that.
And Tiny Peepee's in there talking with Thrill Fan 22 and old Percy Blumpkin. He's a good guy. Percy Blumpkin.
Okay,
yeah, he's an old money guy.
Not met him.
Tony LaRussa is going to be with us coming up at 9 o'clock. Jon Gruden, big St. Louis Blues fan, going to be with us at 9:30. Brad Thompson, 10 o'clock, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Coming up at 10:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling. I'm going to ask Doug. This is a trivia question. What do you think Brown and Crouppen's phone number is?
I would guess 314-222-2222.
Just a guess,
wild
and you
guess.
hit on that.
Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay,
that is the phone number. It's easy to remember. 314-222-2222. That's Terry Crouppen. That's Andy Crouppen. That's Ed Herman, longtime presenting sponsor now of The Morning After. If you have any need for a personal injury attorney, you go to brownandcrouppen.com. They were founded in St. Louis and still committed to St. Louis going back to 1979. It's Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Mel Kiper became a Banty Rooster over the weekend.
He sure did.
We've been nothing but the Blues all the way to this moment. We will pivot briefly, and somehow with Tony LaRussa, we're going to get back into the Blues, but also the passing of one of the greatest general managers, I think, in St. Louis sports history. And I know that might sound like Mike Greenberg hyperbole, but I really do believe it. When you take a look at the work of Walt Jocketty in St. Louis and the success of those teams during that era, he is one of the standards. That conversation with Tony LaRussa coming up at 9 o'clock. Jon Gruden, 9:30. Brad Thompson, 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today, 10:45. There's your Stiefel dossier. This is The Morning After, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stiefel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stiefel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis way back in 1890, and they are on the same street there today. Headquarters still on the same street. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and now also with the Stiefel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stiefel Theater. Stiefel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stiefel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stiefel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stiefel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success, so it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Is this AI?
No. American made, baby.
Not good enough.
It's TMA 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber with us in the previous segment. You can always podcast, and podcast like the Dickens for that matter, with the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And on the Stiefel dossier, Tony LaRussa joining us here in about 10 minutes. Jon Gruden, big St. Louis Blues fan, going to be with us at 9:30. Brad Thompson, 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today, 10:45. Martin, you know something about Seth Goldcamp, I believe.
Since 1904, not Seth, but the family. That's how long they've been around St. Louis with your air conditioning, your furnace, year-round. You want to be comfortable. You're inside your home. Keep it warm in the wintertime, cool in the summertime. Well, that's what Design Air Service is all about. Seth, now part of the fourth generation of the family-owned business, and it's a great St. Louis success story, because you know the name Design Air, but behind it, the family that's always owned it still in charge. Sometimes companies sell off. Not the case here. DesignairService.com, the website. Set up your appointment. Maybe get a tune-up before summer takes hold. Do that online. Let them know you're listening to TMA and you want to support them. They also bring you the email of the day. I think Seth probably texted you, Tim, just to let you know if Buck Swope was the better candidate. You know, who does a JV golf coach? But when he's not doing that, he's running a top-notch HVAC company here in town. Again, since 1904, for all your heating and cooling needs, it is DesignairService.com.
Some breaking hockey news as the Penguins have fired Mike Sullivan. Doug, he won 2 chalices there back-to-back in 16 and 17. He is out. Certainly not a great year for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Mike Sullivan out in Pittsburgh. They had a situation this past weekend with the draft. Shadeur Sanders was the story, and we'll have this audio of a Banty, Mel Kiper, about it. But before that, Shadeur Sanders was pranked, and it turns out he was pranked by the son of Falcons defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich, who admitted to a prank call made to Shadeur Sanders during the NFL draft, and then apologized in an Instagram post yesterday. The NFL is looking into the situation, specifically how he had his phone number in the first place. That's per Adam Schefter. The Falcons said in a statement that 21-year-old Jax Ulbrich wrote down the number from his father's open iPad while visiting his parents' home to later conduct a prank call. So he went over to see his parents. The parents were probably delighted to see their 21-year-old son. They don't usually come by too often, I don't believe, unless they need money or Shadeur Sanders' phone number. And in this case, it was the latter. He got the number. As Sanders continued to wait for his name to be called on day 2 of the draft Friday, a video surfaced on social media of the former Colorado quarterback receiving a call from someone impersonating Saints GM Mickey Loomis. The caller told Sanders, "We're going to take you with our next pick, man, but you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Sorry about that." A confused Sanders asked the crowd gathered for his draft party, "What does that mean?" Jax Ulbrich wrote in his post that what he did was completely inexcusable, embarrassing, and shameful. He said Sanders accepted his call earlier. "I'm so sorry I took away from your moment. It was selfish and childish. I could never imagine getting ready to celebrate one of the greatest moments of your life, and I made a terrible mistake and messed with that moment. Thank you for accepting my call earlier. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." The Falcons will not take any action against his father. Well, I would hope not. God, how do you have to do with it?
What a lousy thing to do to somebody. Sounds like what you do if you're 11 or 12 years old, not 21. And I read where a couple of other players got it too. Tyler Warren and Chase Lunt both said they got prank calls also. I guess that's a thing now.
Yeah, with Shadeur, he was the story of the draft by falling all the way to the 5th round. Am I off the mark? Wasn't at one point he talked about him being the top pick or right there with Travis Hunter?
Yeah.
Mel Kiper was certainly worked up about it. Here is a Banty Mel Kiper from ESPN's draft coverage.
Well, I would say that months now. This is not one of the toughest quarterbacks you've
But Mel, this isn't about quarterback traits and quarterback characteristics, personal football character. That's not about this. This is personal.
Has he had an off the field issue? No, he has not.
Mel, you don't have to sell it to me.
No, I don't know what we're talking about here.
You're right.
Something.
You're right.
Yes.
You're right. But you know what? But Mel, the draft has spoken.
That's right. That's the key, Mel. It's not putting a value judgment on whether those who passed were right or wrong. They did.
Yep.
So now, whenever you're in circumstances in life, whether you like them, whether you don't like them, whether they're fair or whether they're unfair, you might have to deal with them.
That's
and
right.
now Shadeur Sanders has to deal with
everything.
And for whatever reason, whether he played a minute, microscopic percentage, 0%, or it's a legitimate criticism of the way he conducted himself during the draft process, this was the result.
Yeah.
Now he has an opportunity to answer it. I think yelling at the NFL about it is not.
There's not a quarterback. Boomer Esiason was not happy when he was a second-round pick. Tom Brady was not happy. They dropped. How'd they turn out?
And you know what?
Nobody's arguing that.
My
that
point
can happen.
is, the NFL has been clueless for 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterback. Clueless.
Mel Kiper. Brees Davis going back and forth.
I get the sense Mel's mad because he projected him to go in the top 5 and he didn't, so it harms his brand somehow. I read where the difference in being picked in like the top 5 and where he got picked might cost him $30 million.
Yeah,
but he might have made $30 million in Colorado.
Yeah,
that's the thing. These guys now coming out have made so much money. I think the comps, when people say, "Yeah, well, Tom Brady, Kurt Warner, they weren't," none of them were expected to be top picks. That's what's different about this. And no team's going to go on the record and say, "Well, we didn't want to deal with his dad. Well, he was kind of arrogant on the interview." I don't think anybody's going on the record. It is pretty bizarre. If you think the kid can play. And you're a big-time NFL team, you can handle anything.
There were multiple reports that in his interviews he went and said, I'm going to change the culture. If you draft me, the culture's going to change. That'd probably be the last thing a head coach or a general manager wants to hear. You're going to say, wait a minute, we set the culture, not the players.
Mel wouldn't have been as banty if he didn't have Sanders as his number 1 QB. That's from Bobby Big Wheels with regard to the prank from the Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator's son. Sharon and Clayton Doug, I think, the star of the Real Housewives of TMA, says, if that were my kid, the only way that little S-bag would be allowed back at Ole Miss, is he hotty-toddy? Is that when he could pay for it himself. Unbelievable. It's yet another example of why kids suck. That's Sharon and Clayton Starr of the Real Housewives of TMA.
Right. And there's another 21-year-old kid defending his country somewhere around the world right now. I don't think you make a blanket statement on kids sucking just because this one did something terrible.
Wow. Sounds like you were going to have a private meeting with Sharon on the set today.
Well, I know, it's a little hyperbole she's throwing around there, but it was a horrible thing to do to somebody. Terrible.
And there's no way Dad's iPad was just sitting out. I mean, little Jax, no offense, Jackson, little Jax obviously went looking for it. I mean, do you think it's just sitting on the kitchen table and it just happens to be on Shadeur Sanders, the defensive coordinator of the Falcons? I think the kid went looking for it. I mean, that's the part that also like rings hollow. Oh, it just happened to be sitting there. He obviously had to search for it. Embarrassing for the dad.
Yeah.
Have you had to watch your phone contact list in case one of your kids saw a number on there, a Cardinal player or something, and wanted to call them?
That's how we got Gruden. Carson just called him up yesterday.
That's exactly right.
That works.
Thank you, Carson,
job
for the booking.
Nice job on that video, Coach.
Tony LaRussa with us coming up in about 5 minutes here on 101 ESPN. Jon Gruden at 9:30. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals lose yesterday, final score 7-1. But they take 2 out of 3 against the Brew Crew. Back in action today as they head to Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. That's going to be a 5:40 first pitch. Andre Puente on the mound for your Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is the Morning After, and it's 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. A big 9 o'clock hour as Jon Gruden will be joining us in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. That's coming your way at 9:30. And right now it is our pleasure, Doug, watch this, nay, honor, to be joined by Hall of Fame manager and friend of the show.
Don't get carried away, Tim.
Okay. Tony LaRussa with us. Morning, Tony.
Good morning.
Hey, Tony, the Blues game on Thursday night, we're watching it and thrilled to see you there right behind the net. What's the backstory on you being at the Blues game?
I had come to town to do a coach's clinic that was set up by Matt and Amy Stuttle, Amy with Victory Men's Health. And part of it, just a coincidence, that the day of this clinic was also the game of the Blues, and Victory has those 4 seats behind the net. And it was one of the most exciting sporting events I've ever been to. One thing, I went to like maybe 9 goals, 7 of them were at that one net. So it's quite an experience, and it was really exciting because the Blues won.
And how about a little video tribute? Did you know they were going to salute you?
No, didn't expect it. It was kind of overwhelming, actually.
Did you get to be a pretty big Blues fan while you were here?
Always. One of the good things that we did, the Blues supported the Cardinals. Cardinals supported the Blues. When the Rams were here, we were all friends, whether it was the trainers or the front office or the players, the coaches, staff. And that was one of the healthiest things I think that was part of the St. Louis experience, was that everybody pulled for each other.
And you and Hitch became buddies, which was strange. He actually came here, I think, right after you retired, but you two had kind of bonded over the years.
Yeah, I really was impressed with, just to show you, it was Hitch, and then with the Rams, Spags, and Vermeil, and it was just a great experience.
And as you're walking around the game, people, Tony, how you doing? Do you say, ask me after the third period?
Yeah, you guys make fun of me. That's not nice.
No,
that's Martin.
Tim.
Doug and I are distancing ourselves. Now we're laughing at it. We want to be clear, but we were distancing ourselves.
I call that a tribute, Skipper. That's a tribute to your dedication.
You stop and think about it. Think about the sense of it, right? Your professional life depends on winning or losing the stinking game later on. So you ask early, I feel great, and you get your butt kicked. You think, well, no, I don't feel great, until you wait and see how the game turns out.
Yeah. How did you maintain that intensity through all the years and the thousands of games you've managed? You never seem to lose it at all. How did you? What motivated you to stay so intense?
I think there are a lot of pieces. One thing, you love the game, and the fact that I was a lousy player, so I had a chance to be there as a on the staff, like at managing. You realize how fortunate you were to actually be part of baseball at its highest level. But the other thing that I think was really important, and I think and I was taught this, everything that I did, I learned from somebody else. I had great mentors, all the veteran managers, and even coming up in the Oakland A's situation. I played for Dick Williams, for example. But you feel this responsibility, the major league tip. You have a great organization, and it starts with all the scouts and player development and all the people in the front offices and marketing, everything. And the apex is the major league team. So you feel this responsibility to compete to the best of your ability, and you're supposed to be the leader, so you lead.
And Tony, over the weekend, the sad news, we knew Walt had been sick, but his passing, I know that hit you hard. Was he White Sox? I know your story really well, and I know you've known Walt longer than anybody. Was he part of the White Sox really early on?
Yeah, that was a kind of a fact about his life that most people did not realize. In 1976, I had 2 more years left in uniform as a player coach. I was a player coach for the White Sox for my first 2 years, 75 and 76. And the team moved from Denver to Des Moines, and Walt came on board, Walt Sue, as a business manager. So I met him there. Then 77, I was with the Cardinals over at the AAA in New Orleans. But in 79, when I came back as a AAA manager, Walt was still there as a business manager and got to recognize, he had just, even early on, he never changed. He had a real sense of business. He had a great feel for the game of baseball and just an outstanding person as far as all the qualities that you respect and trust. And then, the rest of that story, the legendary Roland Heeman, who knew Charlie Finley. Finley needed a front office guy in Oakland, and Roland recommended Walt. And so Walt went there in 80 and was there until, I think, maybe 1993. And then I go there as a manager, so we kind of rejoined ourselves as teammates. So we've had a long history.
Your hiring in St. Louis and Walt Jocketty's role in that, if you could, take our listeners back to when you became the Cardinal manager 30 years ago, Tony. How did that all play out, and why was Walt important to it making it happen?
Well, I was with Oakland for 10 years, and this amazing owner, Walter Haas from Levi Strauss, just a beautiful person, great man. The family was just outstanding. And when he said he was going to sell the club, when he died, it was time to leave. And my first instinct, my coaching staff was, we were already right together, Duncan, McKay, Latchman, all. And we kind of felt we had American League expertise, and we're leaning towards staying somewhere in the American League. It looked like it came down to the Orioles or the White Sox. And just coincidentally, historically, there was a dinner in Walter Haas's name. And at the table, Dave and his wife Janine, my wife Elaine, and I, we were there with Walt and Sue and another couple. And the whole dinner, Walt's sitting there jabbering with Dunk. And, I was on the other side of it, so I really didn't hear it. When it was over, Dunk says, hey, Walt's talking about all the great young pitching that they have there. We need to go to St. Louis. And I remember Sparky Anderson had always told me that, he knew I loved the game. He says, before you leave, make sure you go to the National League because you're going to enjoy that style of play. And sure enough, he was talking about Alan Bennis and Matt Morris, and it was Walt sneaking in behind the back door with Dave Duncan. Whatever Dunk said, I did. So we're off to St. Louis.
Wow, so you recruited Dunk to get to Tony, and you came here, and what a run with Walt as the GM. The trades are legendary. I mean, picking up McGuire and Edmonds and Roll. I mean, it's a renter.
First of all, it's a mistake. He recruited Duncan, and Tony came along.
Okay, yeah. I thought that's what I said. I'm 0 for 2, Tim, on the if you're keeping balls
3 strikes, you're out.
Balls and strikes over there. I'm curious over the years, the Walt additions, acquisitions, moves that he made, again, legendary with the biggest names that he brought to the Cardinals. How often did you guys kind of work together and talk about the roster and moves that were made? Just tell me about the synergy you guys had.
One of the favorite things I've learned, when you talk about something that you're trying to explain, if you can give an example, it really brings it to life. So I'm just telling you, Walt's leadership was the best that I've been around. Like I'm telling you, he had this feel for baseball. He had that experience with the A's as far as player development, he's scouting, and then his qualities as a leader. He's really included everybody. The Major League staff always knew what was going on. He asked our opinion. It always came down to he and his staff had the final decision about who goes and gets in a uniform. But he was, the other thing about the leadership, the best leaders I've ever been around, that Good to Great book talks about it. You put your ego in your back pocket and you really support the people all around. They're doing the work to make it happen. And, you don't go out there as the face of the franchise. And sure enough, Walt had that quality about him. So as we got together over the years, you realize that he had established, going back to even maybe AAA, but especially Oakland to Colorado, he was respected and trusted, earned all that in the industry. So what's the, I compliment him on that, but what's the example? And you got into it before I interrupted you. Sorry, but you look at the deals that he made at the trading deadline. They're ridiculous. I mean, in the quality of people, starting with bringing Mark in '97, and later on, Renteria, and then he gets, Will Clark and Walker and Rowland and Chuck Finley. I mean, and then you look at what he traded to get those guys. I think there was like one or two guys, maybe three guys only that had some big league time after that. And that success alone did so much, along with the rest of the things that, understanding the kids that we had. But that quality of help that we would get to make the final run, I mean, it's the best anybody's ever done, in my opinion.
You spent time with him in Arizona. He'd been in the hospital for a long time. After he got the call from Bill DeWitt Jr., letting him know that he was getting a red jacket, going into the Hall of Fame, he thankfully got that before he passed. What did that mean to him?
Well, he was in the hospital a long, long time. I mean, all of us that knew him would go to visit, and part of this, really incredible story is that not only was he there, but Sue, his wonderful wife, his son Joey, and his daughter Ashley, they came in every day, and they were all part of it. So we saw him really start to struggle, got really worried, and Bill called with the news, walked in there. In fact, I went in with Dave McKay that day, and you could see that it had kind of adrenaline pumping as far as improving the quality of his life. He was really thankful. We all felt that he never had gotten enough credit for that run that began in, really in 2000 that went on for, 15, 16 years. And, if you make a point to tell the story, is he and his daughter Ashley had already crafted his acceptance speech that somebody was going to have to read. And what happened then was that he had a period for several weeks, maybe a month or so, where he steadily improved as far as, either visit and being able to have a good conversation with him. So the meaning of the DeWitts adding him into this amazing Hall of Fame with the St. Louis Cardinals definitely improved the quality of his life, prolonged his life, and all of us that love him are very thankful to the Cardinals for doing that.
Yeah, and I felt like in recent years he was really nostalgic about his St. Louis time. I know it didn't end well, but he was working for the Reds, and he would say to me, Martin, I love Cardinal opening day more than anything. I love the Cardinal uniform. I'm like, boy, he's getting paid by the Reds. But he is that fair? Like in recent years, was really nostalgic about his Cardinal time?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he knew that was his first GM job. So, his first GM year was 1995, which was started as a replacement year. His manager was Joe Torre, and Joe was very vocal about not liking the replacement. So ownership with Budweiser told him, you have to fire Joe Torre. So that's how you start being a GM, firing this legend. And then we come along, and he has that run of success. So, it was very meaningful. We had some wins, a lot of postseasons, and finally a championship in 2006. So it was part of his career and all the people. We had guys like C.J. Cherry and all the people, Judy Barrett that worked so closely with him. But my point is that even though he loved and always his memories were of the Cardinals, he goes to Cincinnati and kicked our butt a couple of times and won a division. So, he always had that toughness. That's something he was so nice. People like Roland, you think, well, is he really tough enough? And Walt was tough enough. He was tough enough to straighten my act out if I was critical of something that I shouldn't have my 2 cents into. And he was tough enough to beat us, with Dusty managing a couple of times.
Yeah, because with us and in the public, he was always somewhat soft-spoken and always extremely pleasant and friendly and never raised his voice or argued with anybody. But was there a different Walt behind the scenes when he had to be?
Oh, when he had to be, absolutely. I'll tell you, he really was the classic leader. And that's, like I said, I read enough books during the winter about, effective leaders. General Moore, they have this way about them that's, people want to understand relationships, and a relationship means that, it's two-way and you respect and trust, you care. But when you have to pull the trigger, it's just like Spark used to say, get close to your players. It's part of being a family, but never hesitate to make the tough decision or have the tough conversation. If you hesitate, you're too close. And that's exactly how Walt operated. He got very close, but he never hesitated from doing what he had to do.
The move that never happened, he told me this once, they almost signed Albert. And he said the Reds were all in. He said they'd even gone to Joey Votto and said Votto was willing to move from first to left, that's how far along it had gotten. And then I guess eventually the money wasn't the same. But I'm just telling you, I think that says a little bit about what Doug said, is Walt could be very pleasant and mild. That, to me, is the ultimate competitive juice. Is like, I love the Cardinals, but I'm going to stick it to them. I don't know how well versed you are on that story, but to me, it speaks to Walt's competitive nature.
Well, yeah, it was at the winter meetings, and it was clear at the time. I think Miami made a big pitch for Albert when the Angels were making a pitch. I think, it's always been a very difficult thing, negotiations with the Cardinals and Albert. I think their first offer to him, kind of bothered him a lot. But at the end, I think the fact that the Reds jumped into it got the Cardinals' attention, and I think they came back and tried to start conversations again. But at that point, Albert kind of decided that he was going to go to the Angels. But that would be terrible. He would terrorize us if he had gone to Cincinnati, hitting in that ballpark. That would not have been good for us.
And all those division games, that would have been it would have been great theater, and media would have loved it. Hey, I know all the details are still being ironed out, but you've got an event, your charity, which you told us about during opening day, is really taking hold. What are you working on for later this summer?
Well, it's really falling into place. When I was there for the clinic, I met with the Cardinals and Billy DeWitt, and actually went to the theater there, Stifle, and we're going to do a tribute to the success of in 2000, and Walt was a part of it. Brought all that talent in, and started that long run of playoff appearances. But the special part of it, when we met for the All-Star game, a lot of the guys, Izzy Morris, Jimmy Edmonds, guys like that, we started talking about, Scott Rowland was, even though he didn't play for him, talked about Darryl Kyle. So we're going to do a very special tribute to Darryl, and it's going to be with a lot of guys on the stage. Really, I think we'll have some great video. In fact, this is, I think, I'd say safe to say that Will Clark is going to be a part of it because he had 2 months with Darryl. And then the second half of the show is be some country music. So, we're going to update, I think, sometime between now and, the middle of May. I give 2 months for us to really push this thing. And it's going to be, a benefit. There isn't any promoter is going to make a profit. So we're going to look for sponsors, and we're going to, we've done this before in California, right? Most recently with the A's, and the fans are going to have an up close and personal view of what was going on and exactly why Darryl Powell, for example, I think is tied for first with the finest teammate that any of us have ever been around, and he deserves the other part of it. And then I'll shut up. If you don't do something like this 10 years from now, people won't remember Darryl, and they won't ever. It'll be kind of fade away. We can't allow that. It's just like you can't allow the greatness of the Cardinal franchises in the early days and Whitey's time. And I think our fans are going to appreciate it. They're going to be very entertaining, and it's all going to be for great causes.
Going to be on the Wednesday after the All-Star game during this summer at Stiefel. A great night for it, too. If people want to get a little ball talk. I'm going to call it Cardinals Country, Tim, because you got the Cardinals and Country, right?
Nice alliteration.
I'm just going to work it all together. I'm sure that's not the official title, but details to come.
I guarantee you that will not be the title.
Oh, okay. There it is. There's the third strike.
0 for 3. I'm headed to the dugout right now, guys.
It's just that, I think your ego would just, want to dominate. Hey, this is my show, and we can't let them. I also want to mention that a big part from the rescue side, one of our partnerships with Penn Fed Foundation is there's going to be a very special military portion to it.
Outstanding. That is the Wednesday after the All-Star break. Hey, Tony, we have a friend of yours coming up here in about 5 minutes on the show. Jon Gruden is going to be with us, and he's really gotten into the Blues and their run here in the postseason. You guys have a relationship. You were on one of his videos here recently. Anything you want us to pass along to Jon as you guys have a friendship?
You just give them your best hug and macho kisses, because when he was the Raiders coach, that's when we met. And he is, I'm talking about a great coach. It's got, a way about him. He's so much fun. He's so everything about fancy, the excitement, the competitiveness. But he does it with humor and sincerity. Players love playing for him. I can't wait to see him get back as a coach. He is one of a kind. And I didn't know it till after the game. I saw that piece that he did with the Blues. It's just classic. So I'm very, very fortunate to say he's a friend. And believe me, later this morning, people will never remember that I was on the show. It'll be all about Jon.
It's always great to talk it over with you, especially to reminisce and appreciate that run that Walt Jocketty helped construct with you and the DeWitts and all of the people in the organization. That was a hell of a run that people certainly now have an even greater appreciation for now that we look back on it and Walt's incredible time here in St. Louis. Tony, thank you for joining us and remembering Walt and also talking about your time over at the Blues game in Game 3. Always great to catch up. Thanks so much for the time, Tony.
I appreciate the opportunity, fellas.
Thank you. That's Tony LaRussa, the Hall of Famer, with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. As noted, Jon Gruden is going to join us coming up in a matter of moments. He has certainly gotten into the Blues, and we'll talk it over with Jon Gruden next here on TMA.
The St. Louis Zoo takes care of about 12,000 animals. That represents nearly 450 species. The St. Louis Zoo's impact on wildlife and conservation is significant, and that's why Together Credit Union has teamed up with the St. Louis Zoo, putting together that exclusive St. Louis Zoo debit card. Pretty cool. St. Louis Zoo debit card will round up the change from your transactions, donating the money right back to the St. Louis Zoo. Your donations help them further their mission of animal care and management and wildlife conservation, some research, some education. And also with that debit card, you get some special perks, discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, and more. If you sign up now, you'll also get that sea lion plush toy with your St. Louis Zoo debit card. It's pretty cool. Open up an account and give back by doing it at togethercu.org. Stop by any of the 14 local branches again or online, togethercu.org. Team it up with the St. Louis Zoo. Get yourself that zoo debit card. Don't wait. Sign up today and support the St. Louis Zoo. You can visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Doug, you requested this.
Mm-hmm. This is my favorite.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Han, Evergreen Wealth Strategy, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour here, and it is our pleasure, nay, honor, yet again in this 9 o'clock hour to be joined by a legend. We welcome to 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, the great Jon Gruden. Wow, wow, wow. Morning, Coach.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me. I was at Migos.
Coach Gruden loves the Migos.
You better believe it. That's why Jackson played it for you, Coach.
Loves the Migos.
I tell you what, that's a great song. I was watching the Blues do their thing yesterday, and I swore I heard another favorite song of mine, Gloria.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Oh, get Doug going on that. Doug thinks they should bring it back just like they had going in 2019.
God, I hope they bring it back because I'm planning on being there Friday night. I would go absolutely nuts to see the Blues close out Winnipeg and listening to Laura Branigan sing that song.
Oh, God, that'd be great.
I'm fired up now. Now I want to go through a wall. You know, the reason we were a couple minutes late to have you on the program, we were just joined by one of your friends, and I know he's been on your show. Tony LaRussa was with us in the previous segment.
The GOAT, I call him the GOAT. We are good friends all the way back to our Oakland days. You know, he had some great days managing the Oakland A's. We became good friends, and there's nobody better in baseball than Tony LaRussa. I know that.
John, how is he really going to be here Friday, Game 6? Is this happening?
Yeah, I'm coming. I am coming. I'm just about hockey. Honestly, I'm transitioning into hockey. I'm learning about the sport, and I'm going to be there Friday night for this game. I'm hoping it's a closeout game for us. I'm excited.
This guy, and you had the box on the box is never ending. There's skates, and there's a jersey, and there's a great video of Coach Gruden. How did the unboxing theme begin for you?
Well, there's a coach, Jason Candle, head coach at the University of Toledo. A lot of guys come in here. We study football, and Coach Candle came in. We spent a whole day studying football, and out of appreciation, he sent me a box of Toledo Rocket gear. And my assistant, Jake Millisak, he said, hey, let's open that up and let's post it. Well, the next day we got a box from the University of Cincinnati, and then we got a box from another school, and so on and so forth. And all the way down the road here, I get a box from the St. Louis Blues hockey team. And I got an autographed jersey from Jordan Binnington, their great goaltender. I got a pair of skates. I got a hockey helmet, some gloves. And I have become a big fan of the Blues, and I can't wait to get back to St. Louis.
With all your energy, you'd make a great hockey coach. Can you skate at all? Could you run a practice maybe?
No, I don't think I could skate, but I'm going to learn how to do that here. I can't wait to see Coach Montgomery. What a job he's done bringing these guys back from down 2-0. And if I can help the crowd get 1% louder, or if I can encourage a couple of these St. Louis Blues players to play a little bit harder, 1 or 2%, I think it'll be worth the trip.
Wow. And what's the SEMO timeline? When you were there, was that late 80s? And did you get to St. Louis much from SEMO?
I did. We played a game in the stadium, the big football stadium where the Rams used to play. We played Missouri-Rolla, I think it is. I can't remember the exact year that I was there, maybe 1990.
88, it says in Wikipedia. It says 88.
Doug's on it.
I've had a lot of water run under my bridge, but we won the MI championship. I had a blast coaching there at SEMO, and, you know, you get down to St. Louis. I got to see a few baseball games. I got to play in the stadium, obviously, and just a great sports town. And I know it's a big time of year for the Blues, and to share this with the fans is something I'm really looking forward to.
Were you always fired up, Coach, as a kid? Were you? And I don't want to be disrespectful, Tim and Doug. I don't want to get. LaRussa already yelled at me, but were you a hyper kid?
I don't know about hyper. I just love sports. I had an older brother, Jim, who's a doctor now. He was a 4.0 valedictorian. I came along, and I was a 2.1 student. I didn't have any geometry or algebra or anything. I just like sports. All I wanted to do was be a pro football player, a pro baseball player, a pro basketball player. But as time went on, I realized I wasn't good enough. But I love sports, always have. And I got into coaching, and I'm still coaching even though I'm not on a team. But I just love playoff time in any sport. It brings out the best in every athlete.
And you did Monday Night Football for a while there, got pretty popular doing that. Did that fulfill some of those competitive juices, or the whole time are you thinking, I want to be down there on the field?
Yeah, it did fulfill some of the juices. I collaborate with a lot of people behind the scenes. I do projects, and I get to meet with different coaches and players. So I haven't stopped being involved with technical football. There's nothing like being on a team But I live in Florida now. I have a good life. I'm having fun. I got to do 6 quarterback camp shows with some young up-and-coming quarterbacks, and now I've discovered hockey. So how good is that?
And playoff hockey is really second to none. I mean, you're going to have a hell of an experience here in St. Louis on Friday night when you're in the building for Game 6, Coach. Are you enjoying also what you're getting to do with Barstool and now this social media presence? I mean, you were already a fan favorite for a number of people when you were coaching, but I feel like now a whole nother generation appreciates your passion for sports, as you make reference to.
I'm having a blast. Barstool has a lot of really young, bright, creative people that love sports, and they're knowledgeable and passionate about the game. So I really had a lot of fun. I was in the airport in Chicago coming home the other day, and 4 or 5 8th graders came by and were making this sound like nicey. You got me feeling nicey. I said, how old are you guys? They said, we're in the 8th grade. So now I got a new group that I'm dealing with. I'm hanging out with the younger generation, and it is awesome.
Well, you've got some energy, that's for sure. You got,
yeah.
What's the key to that? I see you're 61 years old now. What's the key to staying so active and having so much energy?
You know what? I don't know. I think you just find your passion in life. You know, you guys come in early and work hard at what you do. I just enjoy helping young people in sports get better. I enjoy sharing some of my experiences with people, and I like to try to make people laugh. Life's too short.
All right, here's a text. Former Cardinal Matt Holliday says, "Is this really Gruden? There's just too many people that imitate him to be have to be a little skeptical." You probably, since Caliendo took it on, you probably do get a lot of people coming up to you even and testing out their Gruden imitation.
I do get a lot of that. There's a lot of people that have me down pat. I'm not a hard. I got a bad hairstyle. I've been accused of that. And anyhow, my hand is still a little bit sore after punching the wall after Buchnevich had the hat trick the other night. I was celebrating. I'm recovering, and I'm so excited. I tell you what a hell of a series, huh?
It is, man. I mean, that's the thing. The last 2 games were blowouts, Coach, as you know, since you're watching and you're invested. But the hard hitting and the intensity, this has been one hell of a series, and we're only going into Game 5. There could still be 3 more of these things left.
I know it. I was watching the Winnipeg goalie. They got a great goalie. This Hellebuyck guy is supposed to be one of the top goalies in the league, and we ran him right out of the net. 12 goals games. I mean, you talk about guys moving the puck around. We are flying. It's got a lot to do with being nightmares. We are the freaking nightmares, man. The St. Louis Blues.
We are the nightmare. There's the shirt. That's what we need Brett Hull to come out and start screaming, "We are the nightmare." You grew up in Ohio, which, of course, there's the cradle where all these coaches come out of the cradle there in Ohio. Was there any hockey in your neighborhood as a kid? I mean, I know you don't really have any pro teams there, and now Columbus does, but how about as a kid? Any hockey exposure?
No, not a lot. My dad was a football coach growing up, so he coached at Notre Dame. He coached at Indiana, Tampa Bay Bucks. So it's always been a lot of football in my family. I never really got to know much about hockey until we won the Super Bowl here in Tampa, and I got to drop the first puck for a game. John Tortorella became a good friend of mine, great hockey coach. So that's my first experience really getting around the NHL, and I realized how hard these guys hit and how fast they go and how quick they substitute. It's really fun to watch if you go to a game live.
Did Caliendo tell me, was he in Rome? And I was doing an interview and he said he ran into you. And I'm like, there's no freaking, am I getting that story right?
Can you believe that? I take my wife over to Rome to see some of the ruins, and I get a message from Frank Caliendo. He says, "Are you in Rome?" I go, "As a matter of fact, I am." So we met at a restaurant, and we're sitting there, and, of course, he's imitating me, and my wife is rolling her eyes like, when does this evening end? She had to put up with 2 Grudens for about 4 hours.
Are you still following football closely? You do have your quarterback clinic and thing. Obviously, Shadeur Sanders was the huge story all weekend. Did you watch that? Did you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, I did. I went to Chicago. I broadcast the first round. We study tape all the time. We are all over the draft. and still studying with different schemes and systems. And the draft did surprise me a little bit. You know, here's a guy you're expecting to go in the top 5 picks, and he doesn't go until the 5th round. But obviously, there were some things that were missing from the evaluation that caused him to slide. But I used to tell our players, you know what, at the end of the day, who gives a damn what round you go in? It's a matter of what are you going to do when you get into training camp. That's what it's all about. He's got to go in there, put this behind himself. He's got to learn the offense, and he's got to get ready to compete by himself here in July and August. That's what's the key, I think, here.
Do you think teams factor in the personality of it, the kid, if he is? I mean, there's plenty of brash players that have come along over the years. I just can't believe that that's that big a factor.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of things we don't know and we'll never know. There's a lot of personal evaluation going on here. There's physical, there's medical things we don't know about. There's like you say, there's a mesh. You know, do you want this guy leading your football team? Where is he on the chalkboard with his complete understanding of football? There's a million different people that are involved in the evaluation process. It's unfortunate to see a young guy go through what he went through. I'm sure it was gut-wrenching for him on draft day, but he's not the first guy to slide, and he won't be the last, and it's a matter of how he picks up the pieces and moves on, and I think he's got the mental toughness to do that.
In your coaching stops, I'm trying to think, through the dome at some point, St. Louis Rams, maybe the Bucks. I'm trying to think, have you coached in our building?
I broadcast the game in the RCA Dome, Rams against the Seahawks. That was, I think, the most recent time I've been back to St. Louis. So it's going to be great to come back. I'm ready to go, man. I mean, these St. Louis Blues, Captain Shin has me feeling nicey, man.
It's been nuts. Oh, and your Battlehawks are playing Friday night in downtown the same time as the Blues.
You're kidding. I did not know that. I just opened up the box from the Battlehawks, and we beat Michigan. So I'm on a roll, man. I'm like 3-0 as a member of St. Louis.
Might have to swing through Cincinnati this week, get those Cardinals going. Oh.
Yeah, somebody's got to buy me a beer. Maybe I'll go to a doubleheader and get the St. Louis Cardinals going, too.
Look at that. Well, they're in town. Guess what? They're all 3 in town Friday night. Blues, Cardinals, Battlehawks. Coach Gruden confirmed, Tim, on this show he'll be in town.
He will be in town and in the building for Game 6 against the Jets. Coach, the audience has loved this appearance, and we have loved hearing from you, and I'm sure St. Louis Blues fans all over are thrilled to hear you are on board, and we'll be in the building in downtown St. Louis Friday night. We appreciate the time and love the passion for the Blues, and any time we get a chance to talk, it's an honor, so thanks so much.
All right, well, it's an honor being on your show, and let's go Blues.
There it is. Coach Gruden with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Doug. This guy is fired up, and he's going to be in St. Louis Friday night for Game 6. Jon Gruden.
He should consider moving here to St. Louis because it's beautiful in the winter.
Well, not too much.
Well, I guess all it took was a box of merchandise, and he became a hardcore Blues fan.
He's on
Whatever
board.
works.
The captain, the goalie.
So he's going to start at the Battlehawks game, then go over to Busch Stadium, and then head on over for the 8:45 puck drop on Friday night. He can go to them all because the game probably will wind up being late.
Yeah. And just have people happy everywhere he goes. You can imagine the reception he gets when he goes to a game or something like that and mingles with the fans a little bit. He's got life figured out, doesn't he?
Think he'll be waving that towel, or do we have?
Oh, I bet he
that's
will.
a Caruso vehicle. I'll stay out of it.
Okay.
Last time I tried to find out from Caruso the Gruden connection, I got the smart-ass response. Yeah, I went to high school with him.
Doug, some people are unhappy that he called it the RCA Dome.
Well, it was there for a while.
What was it, TWA?
TWA, yeah. It was never RCA's Indianapolis.
That's right.
Indianapolis.
That's right. But considering his newfound passion for the Blues and the Battlehawks, for that matter.
Well, they did win with Coach Gruden unboxing.
He's fired up. Guys, Gruden has been a Blues fan for a week, and he still knows more players than Jackie. That's from Skidman. I don't think that's true.
No.
You named 11 one time and left out the captain.
Yeah. 11
Which is hard to do.
Yep.
Great to hear the next St. Louis NFL coach when Cincinnati moves here. That's from Ian LaPerriere, Doug.
Oh, Lappy.
He's in the text inbox.
He had some sandpaper.
Once again, the Blues marketing team is killing it. It's no better time to be a Blues fan. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack, and his wife might join Sharon and Clayton on The Real Housewives of TMA. Get Gruden in studio on Friday. That's from the Lord Raider Greg. You think he would like to come in studio, Doug?
Hopefully. I don't know. It's worth asking, I guess.
You got to put the puck on net in order to score. You got to get the ball to the hole in order to get the birdie.
Yeah.
And Jackson will be all over it, won't you?
I'm out of town on Friday.
Oh, now where the hell are you going? A wedding?
No, like at the Ozarks.
Ozarks.
It's only 3 hours to drive down there.
Right.
I'll get him in here.
There we go.
That's not a shot at Jackson, but
I didn't take it as such. Do whatever you like.
I'm a big Gruden guy, so I will.
I think we're all big, yeah. Tough not to be, you know? I like
what percentage would you give it, Martin? You enjoy a good percentage and a good logistic.
I'm going to say it's low. My guess is that he'll fly in that day.
Yeah. You don't think he's going to go to the zoo on Thursday night?
It's free.
No.
It's hard to park, though.
I feel like he would do it if he were in town. But I'm guessing he's going to fly in that day. I think you could make a hitters meeting at Busch.
Yeah.
Maybe opening coin flip at the Dome, and then you're still over at the Blues in plenty of time.
Yeah.
If Gruden comes out in a Chiefs helmet Friday, we riot. That's from Mrs. Janie Shanahan. Doug, we have seen the Blues come out in Blues Chiefs helmets.
We got to riot. We got to set the town ablaze.
This is Janie Shanahan says she is going to riot. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email day. That comes your way in about an hour. Brad Thompson at 10 o'clock. I would recommend podcasting today's program in particular. Martin, I mean, the guests you booked in the 9 o'clock hour. Take a victory lap is what I say.
Yeah, very nice.
Tony LaRussa, 9 o'clock. Jon Gruden, 9:30.
Jackson and I worked it out over the weekend.
Look at that. He's getting the ball in Jackson's hands.
I did nothing.
Well, you called him.
I did call
How about
him
that, see?
physically.
And you also open it up with some pleasantries, like, hey, how you doing? Hey, good to talk to you.
Jackson's a green room expert. When he gets the guests on, nobody more pleasant.
Yeah, I'm like
Jackson.
the guy in the headset. 5 minutes, you know.
Yeah, that's right. 100 West Dental is the sponsor of the Dotems, closest to the pin competition. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental, which is located on Manchester Road in Baldwin. I know plenty of people go, man, I don't want to go to the dentist. It's not fun. It's not that. That's understandable. But dental health impacts the rest of your body's health, and it's an important thing to make sure that you get checked up. And Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team have changed the whole dental experience at 100 West Dental. Go online at 100westdental.com. No phone call needed. You go online. You don't need dental insurance. You just go there and you can book your appointment. And they do video consultations online as well if you're interested in Invisalign. They have taken dentistry and brought in 2025's technology, and you'll notice it when you see their offices. It's 100westdental.com, and if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign with Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. And as we said, this was about an hour or so ago. I was talking it over with Jesse Kioski, who heads up our events for TMA and the Dotem. Registration opened on Friday morning. As of like 8:15, there were 3 foursomes left, so 32 of the 35 foursomes for Friday, May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort were sold. I would tell you this, if you want to play on Friday, worry about getting the 3 people in your foursome together later. Book the foursome now because it's going to be gone probably by the end of the day today. You can book right now at 101ESPN.com. Your $170 per golfer will include breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, and then on Thursday, your food after golf from Texas Roadhouse. On Friday, barbecue from Super Smokers after golf. All your Michelob Ultra all day is included. You have the 100 West Dental closest to the pin competition, a long drive contest, courtesy of Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast. And registration is open at 101ESPN.com with a portion of the proceeds benefiting our charity partner for the Dotem this year, the St. Louis Hero Network, in honor of the late, great Brian McKenna, who would really have enjoyed Games 3 and Games 4 in St. Louis here over the last few days. Find all the information for the Dotem right now at 101ESPN.com. We also have May 29th. That is a Thursday. For the Dotem, it's always a 2-day event. It is the Dotem coming your way May 29th and May 30th, brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Brad Thompson going to be joining us coming up at the top of the hour. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring has been in business in the St. Louis area and family-owned and operated for more than 30 years. And Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why, again, he's making sure he gets the best installers in carpet and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to him, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not just pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There's a reason he's continued to grow through 31 years. Employees love working for him, and they feel like family. And he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off on the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
It's what we do.
Well, Doug,
Stanley singing, come on, St. Louis.
they're not happy.
Who's not happy?
Put down, just clip that off and play it all the time.
In the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, Deep Voice Dude says he cannot believe we did not ask Jon Gruden about why he wore a Bengals jersey. And then Manute Ball Eligible is in the text inbox and says, this has been a good show and all. You know, we've had Kerber, we've had LaRussa, we've had Jon Gruden, so I would recommend going back and podcasting or watching it on YouTube. And we got Brad Thompson coming up here in a few minutes, but he says, kind of disappointed we don't have Phil Jackson and Scotty Bowman on. So that's from Manute Bowl Eligible.
Where are they?
I don't know. Jackson, where are they?
So this is the show, huh?
This is it.
Scotty Bowman and Phil Jackson.
Yeah.
Why do we have Phil Jackson on? Love Phil
Talk
Jackson.
NBA.
Right.
Triangle.
Do you know who Scotty Bowman is?
A coach, a hockey coach.
Oh, no.
That's pretty
I felt
good.
it
That's
opening.
pretty good.
I saw the Phil Jackson was only brought up, and I thought there might be an opportunity
He's a
here to
hockey
make
coach.
a play.
Hockey coach, right?
Where did he coach?
Ice hockey. Probably in St. Louis for a little.
Yeah.
All
yeah.
right.
Anywhere else? Just, you got a decent shot here.
Toronto.
Oh, Doug. Oh, Doug.
Chicago.
Oh, Doug.
Detroit.
Credibility.
There you go.
Detroit?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he knew that. Jackson knew that the whole time.
1 out of 3. What do you mean? I'm signing $25 million playing for the Mets.
What?
So this is the show, huh?
This is it.
Is that Panger?
Of course.
He's on with BK.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
So is Patty Maroon.
So is Patty
Big
Maroon.
day for the whole station.
Yeah, tip of the cap. The coverage, I'm telling you. I was driving down to the building yesterday, listening to the pregame show, driving home, listening to the postgame show. And now they're doing the postgame shows on YouTube, too. So all that is there for you as well. What's wrong, Jackson?
Yes. Goofballs.
Who's a goofball?
Nimrods in the YouTube chat.
Oh, Nimrod's in the YouTube chat?
Yeah, God.
Goofballs.
Loaded Phil. Well, glad to have him. Tip of the cap, but you know, he's a...
Can we please get this turned off the radio? That's from the 618. I guess the 618 will have a name, though, on May 1st, which is Thursday, when people can request names. You will not be giving that
Not
one.
likely, not with that attitude.
Go to hell.
Oh,
People are asking for Macho Kisses as a name.
That's
since
right.
The skipper mentioned that. He wanted us to give Macho Kisses to Gruden.
That has been...
Can you give a Macho Kiss?
I think he meant like he could kiss another guy, not in a romantic way.
A macho.
Just like in a
macho
Tony
kind of
Soprano, good to see you type
Yes.
of way.
Yeah, when he sees Paulie Walnuts. Big day for the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know something about Collier and Thompson.
Oh, I do. I know a lot about Collier and Thompson, and so does everyone who's ever had work done by them. Could probably stand up and tell you how great they are. They've got all kinds of people who have had Collier and Thompson work on their home and testify to the testimonials on the website about how great they are. The big thing is with Collier and Thompson, if you're having a bathroom done or a basement or a kitchen or whatever, is these are people you can trust. In an industry where you're going to have people in your house for a while and you want to make sure they're there and you want to make sure you have quality people, that's what you don't have to worry about with Collier and Thompson. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available there for you in case you want to make any changes. Their team cares about the work that they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take great pride in the work that they do, and they've been doing this since the 1950s, so you know that they are doing something right. They've got all kinds of high-quality appliances there you can get from Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, all the top names. That's what they carry at Collier and Thompson. When they do a job, they do it right. You won't recognize your house, your kitchen, if you have the Collier and Thompson team come in and let them do their thing. They could make your house a show place. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Sharon and Clayton Starr of Real Housewives of TMA says 101 is killing it today. I can't even be mad at Piddles and all his shortcomings.
Oh.
What a glorious day. Let's go Blues. How about that, tribute, Jackson?
Nice.
It kind of sucked, too.
Why?
It's not great.
All of your
Backhanded
shortcomings.
as hell. What
Was backhanded?
No, my God. What shortcomings have we had today?
Probably the
Well, the
Scotty
Bowman thing
Yeah.
probably wasn't a highlight.
I wouldn't call
What's wrong
it a
with a
shortcoming.
backhander?
He's like the Red Auerbach of
yeah.
hockey.
Okay.
Doug talks to you in a way that you can
And I
understand.
appreciate it. That's why he's folksy and one of the best.
Folksy.
Yeah,
Yes, you are.
Brad Thompson is going to join us. Martin, I know you got onboarding, which apparently you slept through on Friday.
And I woke up and the skipper had called. He's like ready to go. And I'm like, I'm at home. These guys are knee deep in email of the day. And you're calling my phone. I can't exactly patch you through. Why don't we circle back on Monday and then you can nuke me on the air? And I said I struck. He texted back that I didn't strike out to him. He said I fouled off pitches.
Nice, look at that.
So I'm still at the plate. But I will tune in because I want to hear Doug and Brad Thompson spar.
Yeah, you got to go back and
What
forth.
will we spar about?
Oh, I don't know. Last week was a little spar.
Doug wasn't happy with the series win against the Brewers.
Yeah. No, I haven't been always
that.
happy with the use of the bullpen. That's about it.
Your guy Ryan Helsley gave it up on Saturday, but then Nolan Arenado saved the day. We'll talk it over with Brad Thompson. That's next. Plus, send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, I'm telling you, we were looking at temperatures in the mid to upper 80s today in St. Louis. When the weather starts warming up, it becomes engagement season. And if you are thinking about popping the question, I would like to recommend a jeweler that I have gotten to know right here in the St. Louis area that is family owned, locally operated, and it is operated by third generation Dan Royce. That is Moritz Royce. Moritz Royce. You go, how do I spell it, Tim, so I can look it up online? Well, here it is. We'll make it easy. NinjaBling.com. They are longtime advertisers on The Rizzuto Show. They coined the website NinjaBling.com. Now they're on board with TMA as well. And so that is how you can check out Moritz Royce Jewelers. Located on the 15th floor of the tower, right across from the St. Louis Galleria on Brentwood Boulevard in Richmond Heights. It is Moritz Royce Jewelers. You go into that store, it is a different kind of jewelry purchasing experience. They carry a lot of their jewelry right there in stock, specifically engagement rings for the guys who want to get something, put something together quickly, or they can always do custom jewelry as well. It's Moritz Royce, NinjaBling.com. Moritz Royce Jewelers.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Knicks defeat the Pistons yesterday 94-93, a stunner, as the New York Knicks now take a 3-1 series lead. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is TMA 101 ESPN. If you've missed the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen today, you've missed quite a little presentation. Chris Kerber, Tony LaRussa, and Jon Gruden already joining us. Go back and podcast, Schaefer Door Company podcast, or go back to the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can watch it anytime you want. And also you can see Doug. And that, to me, is worth going back anytime, much less today. Okay. Our cleanup hitter today, ladies and gentlemen, Brad Thompson, now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. Morning, PT.
Good morning, guys. You are slumming at having me on the show now, but I appreciate you having me.
No, I call you the cherry on top.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I've been called worse.
Now, Doug's not happy. I'm like, Cardinals got a series win. Doug's like, I don't want a series win. Series win.
All the wins.
667 winning percentage on these three-game series.
What do we got?
Yeah.
I just want to see him get as many wins as possible. That's all that really matters. I mean, a series win is
great, and we all like that.
Yeah.
So here's what's good about yesterday's game, and not much. But the only good thing is that you actually got your bacon saved by Fetty, who did not have much yesterday. And now at least you're fresh coming into this Cincinnati series. We know they haven't played good baseball on the road. But, I mean, he could have been gone in 3 or 4 innings. He gutted it out through 6, so your bullpen is ready for this one. That's about the only good thing that came out of that. But it sets you up for success, and the Reds are playing some good baseball, so it should be a fun weekend.
Yeah, they didn't get much going offensively yesterday, but it is kind of amazing that the Cardinals lead all of the major leagues in team batting average, and they got the league's leading hitter in Brendan Donovan, and I think Newt Barr has reached base more than any other leadoff hitter in April in Cardinal history. There's some pretty amazing things going on offensively that we didn't see happening before the season started.
No, I think it's a really good point, right? And to your point of winning as many games as possible, it's about piecing all of it together. There's going to be ups and downs, and offensively, this club has over-delivered, I think, from what we expected. Last year, I don't know about you guys, the only thing that I thought I knew about the 2024 Cardinals was that they were going to hit. They hit really bad. It was not the MO of this team. And this year didn't know what to expect out of this group, and they've done a really good job. So you hope that is a trend that continues. The starting pitching overall has given you a chance. The bullpen has fluctuated a little bit. You got your main 3 guys that have been getting the job done, but you need others to step up. Like, you're seeing signs of progress, and that's exactly what they're looking for this season. You know, yes, they want to win as many games as possible, but they've talked about it. This year is about figuring out who is a part of your future and how do we build these guys up and find out if they've got it at this level. And a lot of guys are showing out pretty well.
Brad Thompson, our guest on 101 ESPN, guest on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you here on the program. We have made it a tradition. Well, I've made it a tradition, and you've been kind enough to answer the questions regarding Wilson Contreras' slow start. You said last week you started to see he was starting to get it going. Well, the numbers back that up. He had the best week offensively for the Cardinals, an OPS over 1,000 last week. What have you noticed there as he starts to get it back on track and his numbers have risen with a great past week?
He's just back to himself. He's comfortable, and he's not chasing it anymore. I think that's one of the big things. When he was struggling, you saw him up there trying to hit everything. Like, first pitch, he was letting it rip. He was starting to try to guess a little bit, it looked like. And now he's letting the pitchers come to him, just like he's done his entire career. So you knew it was going to happen for him. You knew he would be okay because the back of his baseball card tells you exactly what he is. But now you're starting to see it, and what a difference it makes, right? When that guy who is hitting second for you pretty much every night is clicking. It makes everybody else better. So you knew he was going to be fine. He's starting to be more patient. He is sitting on breaking balls a little bit better than he was before. We talked about that a couple weeks ago. Wasn't hitting spin. So he just looks comfortable now.
It looks like they're pitching Walker the same way they were pitching Contreras, where they're trying to get him out with that low and away slider all the time, and he's struggling with that pitch. It must be awfully tough to pick that up as a right-handed hitter.
It is, but you also have to know what they're trying to do to you every single time, right? And that has been the case with Walker for the last couple of years. It's sinkers in off the plate to open you up outside, and he's got to get to a point where his swing is comfortable shooting the ball the other way with authority. Like this kid is so big, he's so strong. We know, just like most hitters, he's got big-time pull-side power, but he needs to be able to go the other direction with some authority, and that's part of the maturation process. He's so young, and he's still trying to figure out, he's making adjustments day to day, swing to swing, and how he can stay on that pitch. But you're right, like, they're going to continue to do that until he shows the opposition that he can handle that pitch, and then they'll have to make it up. And that's a fun cat and mouse game. But I like watching that. I love all the work that Jordan has put in, not only offensively but defensively. Like, this dude he's dialed in this year. It's like a new level of work, I think, for Jordan Walker, and I have all the confidence that he's going to be able to make those adjustments, but they're gradual, right? It takes a while.
Brad, you were part of that 2006 World Championship team, and that team was in part created by Walt Jocketty, who passed away over the weekend. Tony LaRussa joined us at 9 o'clock to reminisce on his time in St. Louis with Walt, building those teams. What are your recollections of Walt Jocketty?
Yeah, well, first of all, thoughts, prayers to his family and friends. And Walt was as good of a guy. Walt just had a very good way of just making you feel important. I don't care if you're the last guy on the roster or you're Albert Pujols, who was important. He just had when he's speaking to you, you felt like you were the center of the earth, which is a great thing for a leader to have. The first time that I ever talked to Walt, I was in Double-A, just coming off of a scoreless inning streak, and I remember coming into the clubhouse and said, "Hey, you got a phone call," which is very rare. You don't get phone calls into the clubhouse ever. And I just say, "Yeah, hello?" He goes, "Hey, Brad, this is Walt Jocketty. I just wanted to congratulate you on your streak." And it meant the world. For a guy that was never a prospect who is in Double-A, like, a lot of guys feel like they're a knock away from the big leagues. I never felt that way. Never felt until that phone call from Walt.
Wow.
I'm like, holy crap, these guys, like, he's watching and they're paying attention, and this could be real. Like, so it meant the world to me. He just had such a great feel for people, and one of the best executives ever, one of the better people that I've had a chance to be around in baseball.
Didn't that streak set the minor league record at the time?
Look, Doug, I'm not into numbers, but it was somewhere around 57 2/3 consecutive scoreless.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. I do believe it still stands.
Really? I'm sure it does. And what
Blake Snell got close to it a couple years ago. I was totally actively rooting against it.
Your sinker must have just been dropping off a table at that point during that streak. Is that what was working?
Yeah, it was really funny, actually. We'd get into opposing cities, and you guys, I mean, you all know me. I don't look very intimidating. People would be like, hey, where's that monster you guys got? I'm like, oh, that's me. Hey, guys. I'm thinking about growing a mustache at some point. No, it was super sinkers all the time. It was great defense. I still owe Skip Schumacher like 10 meals because he saved my butt in center field all the time. That was one of the most fun runs, and I'll never forget our late grade, one of my best buddies in the world, Chris Duncan, as we were getting down to the wire of the streak. He found out from watching the TV in the clubhouse that it wasn't just earned runs. It was any runs. And then he said, oh, my God, he wasn't the best defender in the world, as we all know. He said, I'm starting to get the tight cheeks right now. I go, Dunk, you're fine. You're good. You just keep doing what you were doing, and we'll be okay.
Oh, that's outstanding. Yeah, man, you take a look at those teams and the construction, and in particular the deadline deals, that I think we appreciated it in the time. You know, Doug, you and I were down at the ballpark at that time. But now, looking back a couple decades removed from it, you appreciate, especially when you look at, in his obituary, Brad, the names that came through, and many of them were acquisitions right around July 31st. I say around July 31st because Larry Walker was actually a handful of days afterwards. But the deadline deals, fans knew that Walt Jocketty was always working, and what LaRussa said is he had a trust from other executives and his players that led to him being able to make those kinds of moves that oftentimes would wind up benefiting both clubs, and that's what made him such a successful executive, both with the Cardinals and the Reds.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I don't know. I know the landscape has shifted a lot, right? We lean on numbers a lot more than we did before. But he just knew people. So it wasn't necessarily about just bringing those guys in. It was about, selling them that the plan was, we're going to win because of you. You're going to come here, and maybe even when he signs these guys to some extensions. I'm sure there was more money out there, but Walt was able to say, hey, this is the plan, and you're a centerpiece of this. And guys would hang on. That was the great part, not only acquiring talent, but making them want to be there and stay and be a part of it. To me, that was really special.
It was a hell of an era, and Walt Jocketty, I think, is appreciated even more so now. And it'll be a wonderful, wonderful day when he goes in as a Cardinal Hall of Famer, a speech that, as Tony LaRussa told us, he and his daughter worked on before he passed. So that will be a great tribute to his legacy as a Cardinal. Cardinals and Reds in Cincinnati. Then the Mets and Juan Soto come to town. An opportunity for the Cardinals to try to continue to win all of their series or all their games, depending on...
Let's go for the games.
Your perspective.
Go for the games.
Brad Thompson will be on the call. Brad, always enjoy the conversations on Monday. Thank you so much for the time, sir.
Guys, you guys have a great week, and thanks for having me.
There you go. Brad Thompson with us here on 101 ESPN. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more here on TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
How is your lawn looking right about now? Hopefully it's nice and green and lush. If not, you probably should have called Green Envy. That's what I've been doing for a couple of years now. They've got my grass looking just great. Couple of neighbors full of dandelions and crabgrass, and it really affects the whole look of your property. Green Envy can take care of all that. They use products specifically formulated for the Missouri soil, weather conditions, and turf types. They do not use the generic products from the big box stores that can be ineffective in Missouri. With all the spring rain that we get, weeds will explode when the temperatures warm up. It is time to get ahead of it. They do not charge for extra weed touch-up after they've been once. They'll come out and reapply again if you still have problems. Green Envy wants to make sure that your yard looks like a show place. They're open Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, to take your calls and answer questions at 636-655-3689. Of course, they have a website. I'll give that now. GreenEnvyLawns.com. That's GreenEnvyLawns.com.
Every pass, every check, every score. We're here for the fight. We want more. Fans in the stands, hear them roar. Blues anthem loud, hard to the core.
Oh, they'll be playing this on Friday night at the Enterprise Center when Jon Gruden is in the building.
I don't know that they'll play this. I wish they would, but
Really?
I kind of doubt they will.
Jackson, if you were given tickets to the Blues and Jets on Friday night for Game 6, Jackson, Tyson, Jordan, Game 6, would you go?
Still TikTok. No, because I'll be in the Ozarks.
This Ozark trip is really getting on my nerves.
It seems to be. It's a bachelor party, man.
I kind of feel like I got to find my way there. I went to the regular season finale, and then the
Gotta win against Utah, Chairman.
First 2 home games.
Gotta win against the Jets, Chairman.
18-4 combined score. I'm kind of feeling like I am the ace up the sleeve.
You need to be in that building. We need to get you into the building. There will be a parade down Market if we can get you into the building.
There's not a lake in this country that could keep me from that game.
Wow. And you're going to bring Gruden in studio on Friday?
I'm going to work on it.
Whew, Jackson, I mean, what's going on?
It's going to be tough for me.
But you enjoy the pontoon
tail
boat
between
down
my
there.
legs. I do enjoy a pontoon, John boat, some sort of situation like that.
Will Connor Hellebuyck be the starting goaltender for Game 6? I think it would be a wonderful development if he's not, because that means something was wonderful on Wednesday night in Winnipeg. Following yesterday's Blues victory, Jets head coach Scott Arniel, who Jackson ranked as one of the top 5 most attractive head coaches in the NHL in November.
Can't be serious.
That did happen. Lindy Ruff, of course, was ranked 1. It was asked about his confidence level in Connor Hellebuyck. Here's what he had to say.
Hit the lever, Pale.
Oh, I'm 100% confident in Connor Hellebuyck. His resume speaks for itself. At the end of the day, we need to be better in front of him. We need to let him see some pucks. There's a couple there we didn't get to see. There's things that we have to do to help him. He knows that he has to do things to help us, and that's how it's been all year long. So we're all in this together. It's just a situation that we got to put our best foot forward when we go home. Like I mentioned, we worked our tails off for 82 games to get home ice advantage. Well, it's a best of 3 now. Now we got to make sure we take care of business.
I know it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't have any doubt that Hellebuyck will be their goalie.
On Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they got to stick with him. You got to dance with who brung you. He got him there.
I think that if he does, as you said, in the 7 o'clock hour, if he lets in a softie and the Blues win that thing on Wednesday, I think they make a change. I really do. If I could, I could bet it, but I guess that gets into it's arbitrary as to what is considered a softie. And of course, it'd be wonderful if it happened, because that means the Blues are up 3-2. I'm sure it's something that internally they're saying, what are we doing here? This is kind of getting into his spot. I get staying with him now. And as we talked about, if you're looking at the Blues goals yesterday, I mean, how many of those are you going, oh, Hellebuyck should have had those? I mean, those pucks were bouncing all over the damn place, and the Blues were right up front. And that's really more on Winnipeg and the guys in front of him. But if you do have him let in a soft goal and the Blues win and head back to St. Louis and the Jets are now fighting for their lives, I think he would be out on Friday night. Either way, it would be a wonderful circumstance no matter what it is if the Blues are able to clinch things on what is being called by, I guess it's NHL marketing, as the Sundress Showdown in St. Louis.
I haven't heard that anywhere
Friday,
here.
May 2nd. And I thought everybody on the show would be there, but I guess Jackson will be at the lake.
Oh, mile marker 15.
Is that where you are? About 15?
I don't know.
James Carlton would know. I know that. He's my insurance agent. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. James has been very accommodating in answering any questions and completing a thorough evaluation of our needs. This is one of the 423 5-star reviews left for James Carlton and his staff. He has had several positive recommendations, is always sure to provide the best coverage for our personal situation. I can speak to that. He's customized it both for personal, for me and my family, but also for business. This guy cares about his clients, and that's why he has a huge staff to be able to make sure that everybody's individual questions are answered immediately, and they can be active in looking for ways to save their clients money. How many people do that? James Carlton does that. That's why so many TMA listeners have made the switch. And if you make the switch, they'll do all the paperwork for you. I made the switch 6 years ago. Couldn't be happier that I did. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, which will come your way in about 15, 20 minutes. You're going to want to stick around for BK and Ferrario. They got Darren Pang, and they got Patty Maroon, and they got Katie Wu all coming up between 11 and 2. And then the Fast Lane should be a Jim Dandy as well. Jamie Rivers giving his perspective on the festivities. In addition to Kerry Davis, Anthony Stalter, and Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse every day from 2 to 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. The coverage of the Blues has been fantastic on 101 ESPN over the weekend, pre and post game as well. So you can expect more where that came from throughout the week here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin Kilcoyne's in onboarding. We had Jon Gruden, Tony LaRussa, and Chris Kerber in the hours before the 10 o'clock hour. Brad Thompson in this hour. Always go back and podcast on the Schaefer Door Company podcast or watch on YouTube anytime you want. You can go back and watch the program. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Well, folks, it's another Monday. That's another Monday after a Battle Hawks victory, after defeating Michigan. Maybe you want to go to the game on Friday when they take on Arlington. Well, let me tell you about what Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken has rolling. Now, Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken is going to be at the Dotem. Giving out lunch. It's going to be awesome. We look forward to it because they got outstanding chicken and those potato wedges. You might be drooling thinking about that right now. Well, they got the Battle Hawks box over there at Lee's. You get 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips in order of those awesome potato wedges, big, thick piece of potatoes, and 2 dipping sauces. And then you get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawk tickets. So now you've taken care of lunch, and now you're getting tickets starting at just $14. Deal so good, you might want to smack yourself. So get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any of the St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken locations. And remember that caw is the law.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up in about 10 minutes. On the program today, Chris Kerber, Tony LaRussa, Jon Gruden. You said Jon Gruden? Yes, Jon Gruden. And Brad Thompson with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, would you say it's been a Jim Dandy?
I would say a Jim Dandy today, that's for sure.
Here is Jim Montgomery on the Jim Dandy from his boys and why they continue to be so confident.
Well, I think we held the majority of the lead of both games in Winnipeg. So we felt we played well, but we didn't feel like we played to our identity for 60 minutes. So it gave us confidence that if we're able to play for 60 minutes, that we'd have success. It's a 2 out of 3 now. You know, both teams won at home ice. Now we got to go to Winnipeg, and, you know, we got to try and win one on the road.
Well, I think that's a fair observation. Depends on your perspective on games 1 and 2. Doug, you were saying this, I think, after the Blues won on Thursday night, that if you look at it, they really could have been up 2-0 coming back to St. Louis. That's a fair case. Winnipeg cannot say that. Winnipeg can't say those were coin flip games in St. Louis. And that's the thing about Montgomery throughout the course of this season. And I do think he really believes it. And if anything, that's probably 90% of the battle is to make his guys believe that he believes it. The standout moment for me, you know, we've been doing this show throughout the course of the season, was when Parayko got hurt. And, God, I was with somebody, and we were talking about this just this weekend. And I said, I was like, God, that sucks that it happened. And they were in the middle of a winning streak, but now the season's over. Oh, well, at least they know that they can play well when next year rolls around. And now here they are tied 2-2 with the President's Trophy winning team, with Parayko having missed most of the games throughout the winning streak. And now Dylan Holloway. Now they're going to have to deal with another one with Tyler Tucker. I don't imagine you're going to be seeing him anytime soon. And you saw Robert Thomas a little beat up after the final regular season game against Utah. And yet somehow they keep answering it. And what Montgomery said the day of that injury, and he said it on the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN, he said, if it would have happened a couple of weeks ago, I would have been concerned with regard to the Parayko injury. But over the last month, this team now has a belief. I'm not worried. I think we're going to be able to carry on. And so that which I, and perhaps other people, but I can only take responsibility for what I'm seeing and saying, would go, okay, it's not going to happen now. You lost one of your stars. It doesn't matter to them. They, to their credit, are able to overcome it. I mean, this is a team that somehow continues to fight through what would be enough adversity to knock another team backwards. And that's what I'm noticing. And I know not everybody gets a chance to listen to the program for the entirety of the 4 hours, but Jackson and I had the exact same read on Scheifele yesterday in the postgame. I watched all of the Winnipeg postgame. And Luke Schenn, you know, he's a leader, just like his brother. He's got that, what usually most hockey players have, a certain kind of personality, especially if they're wearing, Doug, what do you call it, a heavy sweater?
A heavy sweater, yeah.
But Scheifele's sitting there and his head's down and he's kind of shaking his head, and he's the one who talked about the team unraveling. And I'm just like, man, that's a bad vibe. I know this is somewhat obscure, but if you're a St. Louis sports fan, you may remember it. The Cardinals were up 3-1 13 years ago on the Giants in the NLCS. And they lost at home to Barry Zito, who was on his way out of baseball. It's a game they should have won. They should have closed out the series in 5 and gone to the World Series back-to-back years. And when you include 2013, it would have been wound up being back-to-back-to-back years. But instead, they blew it and had a bad play in field defensively, and they wound up losing the game. And in the comments following that game, the heads were down, and then they lose Game 6, and it kind of reminded me of the same kind of vibe, just kind of like, we know we're doomed. And when you look at Winnipeg's recent playoff history, and you look at Connor Hellebuyck's recent playoff history, and recent even goes back to the Blues in 2019 in that series, they're a team that gets up, and then their defense, which got them there in the first place, lets them down. And so not only did the Blues win these games, they dominated these games. And I am very confident that the Winnipeg Jets, those who have been a part of these postseason defeats, are going, crap, here we go again. And that is where there is a differentiator for the Blues and what they have in goal. And so from that standpoint, it couldn't have been a better Game 3 and Game 4 for the Blues.
And now we'll take the next two, and that'll be that.
At the Sundress Special Showdown in
Yes.
St. Louis with Jon Gruden on Friday night. Jon Gruden in the building. Maybe he will hold up a libation and enjoy it just like friend of the program, Patty Maroon, did yesterday before the game. He said it was early, but I felt like I had to have a beer. And that is the life he is going to live forever.
It is, yeah.
God bless him.
Yeah.
Patty Maroon joining PK and Ferrari, by the way, coming up here.
Oh, nice.
In the next program, along with Katie Wu and Darren Pang. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up on this program. Doug, do you know anything about Design Air? I think you do, because I think you're a client just like me and Martin.
I am a client. I've had it in my home several times because I had an older furnace at one point. They'd come out and do some maintenance on it. Boy, they sure know what they're doing. Your heating and cooling should not be a guessing game. If you're sweating in January, wrapped in a blanket in July, it's time to call Design Air Heating and Cooling. They've been in business since when? Oh, I don't know, 1904, which means they've been fixing furnaces before air conditioning was even a thing. Seth Goldcamp is in charge there, runs a tight, trustworthy ship. No gimmicks, no upsells. They'll only give you what you need. Design Air is also the longest-running sponsor on TMA, which basically means they have got HVAC street cred and the loyalty badge. Head to designairservice.com, schedule your service, and breathe easy. Design Air, they've been doing it right for over 100 years. The website again, designairservice.com.
There it is. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is next. You can send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on the TMA STL YouTube channel and 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update.
A Sports Center update there?
Yeah, brought to you as driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues win yesterday, so that means we're heading to a little bit of Game 5 action in Winnipeg, and catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 7:30, puck drop at 8:30, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up in a matter of moments here on the program. BK and Ferrario, big show. They have Darren Pang, Pat Maroon, and Katie Wu coming up on their program. Mentality is a longtime TMA sponsor. If you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, you're tired all the time, maybe you're putting on some weight, especially belly fat, those can be symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. It's Mentality, and if you're interested, go to mentalityhealth.com/radio. Do not let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and for your family. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio and find out how to book an appointment or find out more offers and limited time deals they have at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Ladies and gentlemen, time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The Blues are my everything.
Oh.
The day of the 7-2 win, I decided to clean shave my body, head to toe. No reason other than I just felt the need. I then found a pleasure device that I proceeded to use for its indented purpose.
Oh.
I named the Sibian Doug. No relation. So there's no relation.
No.
I was then awarded the gift of the dominating win by the Blues. I knew what this meant. My aforementioned shave and pleasure directly impacted how the Blues played. My path was clear. I would have to repeat this song and dance every day the Blues played, or I would be the sole cause of the Blues' downfall. It wasn't until Saturday night I found out the ugly truth of my pleasure machine. That's right, this pleasure machine made my father and I Eskimo brothers?
No, that's enough.
From low-voiced Drew.
Low-voiced Drew.
Low-voiced Drew. Don't mess up the guy's name. He sent
with
in
a
his secret.
hideous email.
Kerber, LaRussa, Gruden, and Thompson. Wow, wow, wow. The phone lines are on fire today. And who was the first caller to whet our appetites? That's right, a rambling grandfather whose favorite pastime is staring at strangers in public while he gobbles takeout food. I can't think of a better way to recap the enormous Blues win than by listening to a long-winded appraiser brag about having a reservation at Wright's Tavern. I have a table reserved at Taco John's in Wentzville tonight, but you don't hear me bragging about it. At least Chairman Steve watches the entire Blues games, unlike NBA boy. Jackson will be too busy at the Lake of the Ozarks to even tune in, which is odd because he has frequently defamed that lake due to questionable odors emanating from the murky waters. That means the pale one would rather spend time bunking up with a bunch of dudes at a place he despises than support his hometown hockey squad. If KG brings Gruden into the studio on Friday, I think we'll be watching a potential Wally Pipp situation play out in real time. Boycott Burkett! Bench his ass like Hellebuyck until he starts pulling his weight around here. Promote the chairman, a lead producer, and make Jordan Bennington the permanent mayor of St. Louis. Blues at 6! I'm the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
Doug, and finally, rest in peace, Walt Jocketty. His bold moves transformed Busch Stadium into the place to be in St. Louis in the late 90s and early aughts. He will be missed, but never forgotten. R.I.P., Walt. The competition for 2025 Worst Caller of the Year is shaping up to be one for the ages, and given Libby Jack's recency bias in his end-of-the-year nominations, typically just basing his nominees on the previous week of shows.
Oh, whatever.
Rather than tracking them over the course of the year, I'm going to highlight a few future reference. Obviously, the guy who called in to passive-aggressively bitch about not having his text read is a lock, but let's not forget about that jabroni named Mark, who may or may not be Joel Over's agent, who called in at the height of the Blues win streak to lament that they didn't train Bennington at the deadline. He's a horse's ass for doing it! As bad as he was, the clear betting favorite has to be caller Dan Jansen, who now has not just one, but two of the most cringe-inducing calls of the year. The call where he invited Libby Jack to join a bunch of older men he didn't know at a Cardinal game was so cringe, Libby Jack couldn't think of an excuse better than a round of golf that has yet to be planned. But nothing could prepare the listeners for the breathy sales pitch Dan made on Friday morning to be Tim's caddy at the Dotem. Dan sounded like Dustin Hoffman in Rain Man when he boasted, "I'm an experienced caddy," then rambled about the outward 9 and inward 9 before transforming into Buffalo Bill as he talked about helping everyone find their balls and putting the lotion in the basket. That's from Buck Swope. And that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email. What you got?
Well, I was prepared to vote for the JV golf coach because I enjoyed his phrase, long-winded appraiser. But Buck paid homage to Walt Jocketty and then hit on a couple of other topics that were pretty nice. So I'm going to vote Buck Swope.
I'm going low voice Drew.
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope has won the Design, Air, Heating. I thought all were worthy, to be honest with you. But Buck Swope has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Time for us to shut it down. Stick around for BK and Ferrario, Darren Pang, Pat Maroon, Katie Wu coming up next. Go back and podcast TMA. Chris Kerber, Tony LaRussa, Jon Gruden, Brad Thompson, all on our guest list for today's presentation. You can podcast on the TMA STL app or the 101 ESPN app, brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Time for us to go. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.